First of all, let me introduce myself. Hello, everyone. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining today's seminar from the VKhUTEMAS to the Visions of the Future. My name is Zhang Chunyan. I'm the Deputy Curator of the CDM, China Design Museum, also the moderator for this international seminar. For your information, China Design Museum was inaugurated in year 2018. It was located in Hangzhou Municipality in China. So think about now we have an exhibition which is going on, which is about VKhUTEMAS. Now it has been given us a very comprehensive picture about the Soviet Union design history ever since the VKhUTEMAS perspective. Since then onward. So think about the international seminar. We are going to live stream the session we have to the world audience. We have English channels and Chinese channel as well. So in China, we use Bilibili, the social network. And for the English one, we have a Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. So the audience can tune in the program from our live streaming channel and leave their posts and ask us some questions. If time permits, we're going to address the questions to you so that we can leave some time for discussion. So without further ado, let's welcome the important guest here to kick off today's conference with opening remarks. So Professor Hang Jian, who is the leading champion for our research for the CA for the art history. And his work has been translated to multiple languages, and he used to be the vice president of CA and also the vice president of the Academy of Fine Arts of Tsinghua University. Now he's the deputy director of Academy Committee of China Academy of Art, as well as the chief curator of Art Museum Group of China Academy of Art. So he is not only the head of the first Bauhaus Research Institute here in China, but also with his wise leadership, China could be able to systematically put on exhibition the full Soviet Union design history ever since VKhUTEMAS. So he is a forward-looking person, making the right academic decision, and also with a proven track record in the research, and also given all the leadership and the support he can afford to make this a success. So with the great support and also leadership of Hang Jian, we can successfully hold the seminar. So let's welcome Professor Hang Jian to kick off today's conference. Hello, everyone. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, coming from China and Russia. Well, it's my great privilege to host everyone. Thank you for being part of the international seminar of the From VKhUTEMAS to the Visions of the Future. So echoing the points raised by Deputy Curator of China Design Museum, Zhang Chunyan, for me personally, I was not in the specific curation or planning of this exhibition, but I'm the sponsor as well as the supporter for this exhibition. So from that perspective and in that capacity, I would like to shed some light on my thoughts behind supporting this exhibition. So I think now is a great time for me to let you understand why about 3 years ago, as early as about 3 years ago. So we decided to have the joint efforts together with the Russian experts to pull off such an exhibition. So we cover a long way over the past 3 years. But even given that, after the exhibition of VKhUTEMAS to the Visions of the Future has been put on display, it has been well received by the audience, home and abroad. The reason for that is as follows, to hopefully let you know why I'm such a big supporter of such an exhibition. Well, to begin with, looking at China today, People's Republic of China, think about the Communist Party of China, who is the founding father of China, and then they are trying to make sure that they are growing from the grassroots and also bottom-up approach from they get to understand like the dialectic and historical materialism, and also they are encouraged by a lot of ideas from those schools of thoughts. We understand the dialectic materialism and historical materialism. Think about the correlation between the production correlation relationships versus the productivity. Tell us that the mass and the general population and the people are the driving force for creating history. So think about the success of the October Revolution in Soviet Union has given us a confidence in those one who are firm believers in the Marxism. So even though that Tsars and also Tsarist and also the king in Russia have already invaded China's territory in the past, but the Communist Party of China believed that. So you find that the Communist Party led Soviet Union and Russia is different from before. The second one is that think about the city construction as well as the modernism in China started from the year 1927 to 1937. So by then, unfortunately, so there was a Japanese blanket invasion into China in the year 1937. So think about the Western countries and the US and including Russia had already supported the modernization efforts for China prior to the year 1949. But unfortunately, due to the World War II, so you find that because I think that such a support was not able to make a difference here in China. Just because of on that note, so you find that mass industrialization in China was deep rooted in the 1950s. So we have to say thank you to the Russian support. And after Khrushchev has been in power, there was a worsening of the relationship, and all Russian experts left China. But I think the solid foundation for China to march towards modernization and industrialization was very firm. So I think about actually the development of the Soviet is about professional development. So think about technologies and art had been leaving a big mark on China's manufacturing industry. So, but the very interesting phenomenon is that, so think about, so contemporary China's design education is the bridge connecting with the Western world and European world more. So, and also Art Deco and Bauhaus, etc. So think about this is kind of a self-awareness, self-consciousness. So think about the founding fathers of China's art history is using their unique perspectives to think about the cultural value and dimension of design. So think about the VKhUTEMAS in China might be an unfamiliar term to a lot of people because people's understanding of a contemporary art is very comprehensive and very hybrid. But ever since the 1990s, think about the design in China is like having a dialogue with VKhUTEMAS as well. So think about that this is a very important influence from VKhUTEMAS and also the Russian art on China ever since the year 1950s. So today, I think it's very valuable to talk about VKhUTEMAS here in China. We should be talking about how do we have the institution deciding on where art is going and where design is going in the context that how can design serve society and serve the general public, and what kind of value system can we have to make sure that we can integrate all the different design disciplines to have an introspective thinking about what's the relationship between design China versus design for the world or something. That's the rationale and the departure point of why we decided to put together this international exhibition to let you understand the contemporary and modern Soviet design here, why we are hosting that in our museum. We hope that we can provide some room and space for people to have some thinking about it. We hope that today, throughout our international seminar, we are very pleased to hear the wonderful insights coming from the Russian experts and the Chinese experts. I really hope that our conference can be a great success. I welcome some productive thoughts and input. Thank you very much for your time. And also thank you very much for all those experts who have put in a lot of efforts to make our exhibition such a huge success. Thank you, all the Russian and Chinese curators, and thank you very much, our Russian partners, for supporting this exhibition. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Back to you, moderator. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Hang Jian. So following that, without further ado, so let's welcome the Professor Alexandra Lavrentiev, so who is an excellent expert in design history, who is a Doctor of Arts professor, vice rector of the Moscow State Stroganov Academy of Industrial and Applied Arts for Scientific International Work. So at the same time, so think about our on exhibition on the so for on display exhibition, you are the chief academic advisor, and you actually contributed generously a lot of research documents about VKhUTEMAS and has afforded us all the necessary help you can afford. Thank you, Professor Alexandra Lavrentiev. So today you're going to talk about VKhUTEMAS, so the legends, symbols, and principles and the schools of architecture and design. So welcome, Professor Alexandra Lavrentiev.
Thank you for the inspiring speech we have just heard beforehand. And let me tell a few words of my vision about these symbols and visions and legends of the VKhUTEMAS. I shall share my screen right now, and we shall start with the pictures, because the pictures are the most interesting in this whole history. This is a group of students and professors of the VKhUTEMAS gathering to a November demonstration celebrating one of the annuals of the October Revolution. We can hear here absolutely different people with huge emblems, posters, and they're standing in the courtyard of the house where I'm living now. It's the next block. So it's somehow a greeting from Moscow, a greeting from the place where I'm sitting now and participating in our conference. During the history of this 100 years history of VKhUTEMAS, a lot of legends came out, and I would like to speak about some of them. Now, 4 schools are the heirs of this famous avant-garde art school: the Moscow Stroganov Academy of Design and Applied Arts, where I'm teaching, the Moscow Architectural Institute, which split from the VKhUTEMAS after it was closed, and it gave birth to several new institutions. One of them was the Architectural Institute, the other was Moscow Institute of Typography, and the Textile Institute. When we remember the historical events of hundreds years ago history, we can say that in 1918, there was the first reform of education in revolutionary Russia, and it gave birth to two artistic schools in Moscow. The Stroganov School became the first artistic workshop since 1918, and the School of Painting and Architecture and Sculpture became the second free artistic workshop. What did it mean? the idea was to give absolutely free and free artistic education to everybody, even without entering with exams. But quite soon, this system had to be changed, and really a more systematic approach was born. Among the myths, among these legends of the VKhUTEMAS, there is one that relates with the idea that VKhUTEMAS was only the realm of abstract art, that no other tendencies were possible in this school. It is not true. In fact, the number of extra revolutionary artists, those ultra novators, was very small. There were about 1/10 of the whole amount of professors and teachers of the VKhUTEMAS. Altogether, there were tendencies like the Cézannism, like the Knave of Diamonds group followers, followers also of the traditional Russian realistic art trends. So, in fact, we come to new understanding of the VKhUTEMAS as a kind of a artistic parliament, as Ivan Klun, one of the artists of this time, put it. The equal rights were given to all the artistic tendencies. Another legend among the art historians is that it was totally a directive decision to form such a school, which was related with industrial arts. In the decree, it was written that it's an artistic industrial high school, and it was maybe the first high school of this kind in Russia since ever. But in fact, this directive decision was supported by the people, by the artists, by the students themselves. They spoke about the necessity of creating such a school on the conference of the students, even in 1920 in spring. And in autumn, all these efforts came to formation of the VKhUTEMAS with a strict planning of the whole structure of industrial art education, beginning with secondary schools, colleges, and ending with high school education. The third myth is that VKhUTEMAS totally broke with the whole tradition of industrial art in Moscow and in Russia in general. But it is also not true, because all the workshops which were used by the VKhUTEMAS students, they were founded in 1825 in the Stroganov school, and all the trends, printing workshops, wood workshops, and metal workshops, textile workshops, they gave birth to these new industrial faculties, which were created at the VKhUTEMAS. And finally, everyone thinks that VKhUTEMAS is just a total design institution. This is also not completely true. The reason we think about it is because it was very influential. These small design groups, small design school faculties, they had great influence on the other schools. Even at the painting department, I show here a small project with a star. Even at this painting department, they were constructing objects using a methodology of the design departments, using spatial elements, using construction as the main principle of creativity. This heritage of VKhUTEMAS came through several episodes, several periods of interest. Of course, it was much written about in 1920s, and it was regarded as a school of constructivism or a school of new Soviet art. In 1960s, the heritage of VKhUTEMAS became important because design was born for the second time in Russia, and it was important to find the prehistory of the design functional methods. And in 100 years passed, and we see numerous exhibitions in different countries, in Moscow and in Hangzhou now, and in other places dedicated to this centenary. And we are trying to understand the meaning of all these, of all this heritage. And that is why I made a selection of several projects, diploma projects and grade projects, which became symbols of the VKhUTEMAS. And I'm trying to explain for myself and maybe for you, if it will be possible, the reasons why these diploma works became symbols of this artistic school. Georgy Krutikov designed under the direction of Nikolai Ladovsky a very special project. It was very untypical. It was architecture, but it was flying architecture. And it gave birth to numerous discussions. If we look through this project in a more detailed way, we can find there different sources, different influences, and these influences have global impact, have global meaning. First, I would like to stress that the concept of a flying city was clearly connected with the idea of a famous futuristic poet, Velimir Khlebnikov, who in early 1910s, before the revolution, was dreaming about new cities which could be located on high platforms and which could be transparent and which could be very flexible and mobile. He has such a note in one of his explanations, and transparent, clear honeycombs, which he could see. So it's the idea of structure, mobility, and light in these ideas. The second point of influence, inspiration, was the streamline form. It was born not exactly in 1920s, even earlier. We have an extreme example of this prototype constructed by an Italian engineer, a car for Ricotti car, we call it, a stream car body of 1913. And the streamliners became the symbol of aviation and design in 1930s and 1940s and even later on as the symbol of speed. The third important point in this project was its analytical part, because Georgy Krutikov proved the importance of his project and that this project has a very strong ground by examining the development of transportation means, and he stressed that the increased size of these transportation means, like dirigibles or huge transatlantic vessels, it gave a clue to the birth of moving architectural objects. Even architecture is comparable with these huge transportation means. And the fourth point in his project is that the whole idea of using forms in architectural design, the whole idea of perception of speed and dimension and space, it was clearly examined, scientifically examined in the specially constructed laboratory of psychotechnic research, which was founded by Nikolai Ladovsky, the tutor of Georgy Krutikov. And Georgy Krutikov worked with Nikolai Ladovsky very closely. So this laboratory is now reconstructed in different exhibitions, and we are interested in how it works because it explains the creative ability of a professional connected with design and architecture. And the last but not the least, that this project has a great potential for the future. In the Stroganov Academy, one of our students made a diploma of a cruise space liner. Of course, it's a fantastic project. It's closer to the video and movie decorations, but it is inspired by the project of Georgy Krutikov. Now the next project, which is also world famous, which is also an architecture's project, the Lenin Institute. It's a library connected with research halls and congress halls, a project directed by a famous constructivist architect, Alexander Vesnin. So we have to point first that the plan of this whole structure is very similar to Malevich's drawings. It has a suprematistic base. What does it mean? It means that Malevich gave a new vision to understanding of space and the relation of the people, of the man, of the human being with the surrounding space. Malevich gave plastic formulas to this idea, and we are still within his spatial and artistic concept. So Ivan Leonidov followed this principle of combination of forms which give strong visual impact and which express the spatial relationships between the forms, turning a plan into a suprematist composition. The second point, which is also important, is that in his architectural model, Van Leonidov used for the first time maybe tensegrity constructions, which became popular only in the second half of the 20th century, and earlier we could see them in electric appliances or in aviation. But this concept of minimal structures, minimal weight of structures, but strong stability was created not only by engineers, but by artists as well. And this is important, that artists were moving together with engineers in one direction. And we still are within this idea of very flexible, very minimal, very economic, and very effective type of constructions. The third point is that Ivan Leonidov made dynamic architecture. His main Congress Hall was designed in the form of a sphere resembling of a flying balloon, and that was unusual. And the fourth point is that he followed his master's principle, the division of spaces for different functions. If we compare the Palace of Labor of Alexander Vesnin with Ivan Leonidov's project, we see that the areas which contain are in this project, they are absolutely separate. They have a separate functional meaning. The first was the hostel for researchers. The second was a huge storage for books, because it's a library like maybe the famous libraries which exist in the world. The third, the sphere, the Congress Hall. The fourth, the basement, technical appliances. And the fifth, there are special rooms for research work and for conversations and for meetings of the researchers. The same idea of division in space of different functional areas we have in his Ivan Leonidov's tutors project, which I mentioned. And so the fifth maybe point is that it was also based on the results of this psychotechnical laboratory founded by Ivan Leonidov. If we take another famous project, a very simple folding chair directed by L. Lisitsky, we can find a lot of influences here as well. First, the influence of Lisitsky's prone concept of axonometry, where the forms have clear spatial relationships with each other, and this is the basement for expressive design, expressive spatial design. Then this chair is a good example of element which is part of the new dwelling concept, which was developed by Lisitsky and Ginsburg and other architects. And we know the example of such a house built in Russia as the communal house. And Lisitsky's idea was that only small elements of furniture have to be flexible, like chairs, and all the rest is built-in furniture. The furniture which is like part of the transportation mean. The person comes into this apartment having just one small suitcase, and all the rest is ready for living. Very important in this project was this, that Boris Zemlyanitsyn followed L. Lisitsky's 5 principles of furniture design: their honesty, their clearness, simplicity, geometrism, and industrial production. And here I show another part of the diploma design of Boris Zemlyanitsyn, which he made it an equipment for the captain's cabin of a refrigerator vessel, this bed. So the chair was part of this whole concept complex. Now, another famous object of the VKhUTEMAS story is Vladimir Tatlin's, as we call it sometimes, chair, but this chair was designed under the direction of Vladimir Tatlin by a student from the woodwork faculty, Nikolai Rogozhin. Very famous example, which is reconstructed in wood and metal, because it's one of the new concepts of console chairs, of balance chairs, which have flexibility. The forms of these chairs are absolutely innovative, so they give a new clue to engineers. And that was the idea of Vladimir Tatlin, that an artist has to provoke engineers in executing their absolutely maybe fantastic suggestions, absolutely fantastic constructions. Although he himself had to use the available material like beech wood or metal and wooden rods. But the idea was to improve engineering through artistic vision. Vladimir Tatlin was the founder of a discipline called Culture of Materials, and this chair was born under his direction as part of this discipline, where there were other projects, famous projects, this structure of a sledge and the chair. So the idea that a combination of materials have to be artistically expressive. Today, we are all fond of bionic forms, and so that is why the idea of this balance chair, console chair, is so popular and important. And we know that years after the execution of this project, Vladimir Tatlin created his famous Tatlin flying apparatus based on the seagull's flight. His companion from the VKhUTEMAS, Piotr Miturich, designed bionic vehicles based on wave motion. He tried to prove that wave motion is more effective than rotary motion. Also very popular and important is this project of universal equipment for exhibitions based on modular elements. It had a modular standardized construction. It was published in 1920s after the diploma of Alexander Galaktionov. And Alexander Galaktionov followed Rodchenko's instructions. Rodchenko was thinking that line is the main instrument for any designer and architect. Linear schemes and linear constructions, metal constructions have linear origin, and that is why it's so easy even to recreate these things using today's digital technology. It's absolutely fitting to today's understanding of the importance of combinatorics and modular principles in design. And the last project which I would like to discuss is the table of Ivan Morozov, published by Architectural Magazine in 1926, just after this project was created by Ivan Morozov. One of my students made a small reconstruction model to the left. And we can see here also several layers of inspiration, that it contains spatial combinatorics, Rodchenko's abstract construction on the left. It contains idea of the multifunctional use, because this table can be used from both sides as a drawing instrument, as a drawing table, and as a dining table as well. From the other side, it contains storage for drafts and instruments and for tableware as well. And it was typical for those years to design things for social use, for concrete social use. There were numerous working clubs. There was lack of dwelling, and so those economically designed things which could be transformed into different functions were very popular. On the right, we see the author of this design, Ivan Morozov. Rodchenko used his portrait on the cover of the magazine Novy Lev, modernist magazine, which he participated. And this table could enable if it could be produced, enable a family to use the space more effectively, limited space in a more effective way. We can try to view this reconstruction of this model and see how it could work. The chairs were collapsible and they were kept inside this structure. There were also several reconstructions made of this table. I know one of them in Italy, and it is fascinating how contemporary designers are trying to understand the goals of the VKhUTEMAS students and their teachers. So this is really a very innovative idea and innovative approach. And now we can summarize the principles of the VKhUTEMAS, which we have just discussed, trying to understand the influence of the cultural and scientific situation upon the main symbolic projects. First, I would like to stress that it was a system of education, and we can learn it by looking at the documents of the school, where the subjects are mentioned. They had theoretical and practical disciplines. Practical disciplines included design and some engineering parts. Theoretical disciplines included sociology, the history of art, and certainly science in the form of mathematics, physics, and chemistry. It is important because in those days, the idea of higher education was connected with the idea of using scientific approach to education. And where could artists and the organizers of this system take these scientific principles? Certainly from sciences that had practical need, that had mathematical apparatus. So that is why such subjects were included into education. The second point was that all the propedeutic courses and the designing courses were connected with innovative art concepts. So it's an interesting situation that the artists who developed their own artistic systems, who worked in cubist or suprematist or constructivist or non-objective way, they designed the subjects that could train this kind of vision and this kind of work within these artistic concepts. So it's important also to develop new artistic ideas together with practical and mathematical approach. By the way, mathematics is absolutely fitting into today's computerized society and digitalized information basis. Complex design vision that none of the objects are independent. They have to be connected with the environment. And of course, industrial technology, which was important to be trained using industrial machinery and using understanding the in principles of industrial design. Thank you for your attention. That is what I wanted to tell you. I'll stop sharing. Just a moment. Where is my-
谢谢，谢谢。
Thank you very much for Professor Lavrentis for kindly doing this excellent presentation. So just now, you have given us a understanding of the inspiration of the VKhUTEMAS, not only the a political revolution, but also the artistic social movement as well. So you are putting together all the leading thoughts coming from different cutting-edge areas as well. Without further ado, so let's welcome the next speaker. So we have Professor Mauricio Maricchi with us. So now I would like to make a very brief introduction of this professor. This professor actually is an expert in the compositional architecture, and also, so you work with the AUIC, and also you work for the DAS-TU, and also AUIC as well. Pagliacino di Milano. So your research has always been about the relationship between the urban construction, the urban planning, and also architecture. Now, actually, for example, you are part of the European, the Madame Curie action as well. So prior to the start of Professor Maricchi's presentation, I would like to have a kind reminder to all the speakers. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please control your time so that we can respect the time for everyone. So, and also for the audience from abroad, we can have some interaction in the live stream room as well. So you can switch between the Chinese platform and the English platform as well. Okay, without further ado, let's go Professor Maricchi to do the sharing. And the research topic of Professor Maricchi is constructivist theory of the project and the teaching of the Ginsburg in VKhUTEMAS. VKhUTEMAS as a methodological basis for holistic training program. Please, thank you.
So now let's invite Professor Maricchi. So Professor Maricchi, would you please switch on your mic?
Yes, thank you. So do you see my screen?
谢谢。
Okay. Do you see my screen? So?
Yes, yes, we do.
Okay, thank you. So I thank the Chinese Design Museum of the Chinese Academy of Art for the invitation to participate to this conference. Investigation into the teaching of Mosaic Yakovlevich Ginsburg in VKhUTEMAS Futain, the constructivist theory I'm presenting today, sounds the recent reborn interest in the role of avant-garde culture in the construction of the contemporary world. The culture of avant-garde has spread from Europe progressively through the planet, and its teaching training system has inspired several schools in the world during the 20th century. However, it's well known that the culture of the European avant-garde founds its roots and also in an extensive, not European world context and not referable only to Western traditions. For many intellectuals of that period, including those operating in VKhUTEMAS Futain, it was a matter of discovering the other, with the goal to undermine a closed artistic cultural system within Eurocentric canons. Next slide. So Mosaic Yakovlevich Ginsburg, as well known, was one of the main theorists of constructivism in architecture. We will follow the evolution of his theoretical thought during the 10 years of the School of VKhUTEMAS Futain life, 1920-1930, and its direct reflex in his teaching in the school. What I will present is a temporary result of a research in progress that I will soon publish. The work of Ginsburg, the theorist and pedagogue in VKhUTEMAS.
I'm sorry, we don't see the following slides. We see only the poster of your.
Maybe there's a gap of time because I see them.
Sometimes it's important to switch back to presentation.
I reopen the condivision.
You can reboot.
Yeah, I did it. You see the image now?
Bravo, bravo, thank you.
看得到。
Yes, we see it.
Okay, sorry. So the work of Ginsburg, as a theorist and pedagogue in VKhUTEMAS, fully reflects the double movement I mentioned. On the one hand, the detachment from the prejudices of European academic culture at the beginning of the last century. On the other hand, the research for a theoretical system capable of finding a minimum common denominator between different artistic cultures in space and time. His theoretical text, The Rhythm in Architecture, that is the result of the lectures given in 1921 to the students attending his courses of History of Architecture and Theory of Architectural Composition in VKhUTEMAS, he declared, "The architecture of China or India that enchants us with its strangeness, it is essentially alien to us, not so much because its formal elements are unfamiliar to our eyes, as because its compositional methods have yet not to be deciphered and often seems to be incidental and unjustified. However, what is incidental and unjustified is our approach to these works of architecture, for we have as yet been unable to discover these words. We have been unable to identify that chain of laws which alone are capable to explain everything, unable to fuse together the subconscious aesthetic pleasure of perceiving and artistic scientific analysis of this art. But if the so-called prehistoric styles still await their discoverers, then historical architecture too may be to a certain extent re-examined from this point of view. History of styles, as it has been understood until recently, is merely a story of the evolution of the architectural form. The compositional methods, bending these forms into finished building of artistic importance, have remained in the background. However, here too, identifying what is special about these compositional laws means completely understanding the style. Clearly, in conjunction with the history of architectural form, a parallel history of compositional methods is also possible, analyzing, above all, the moving force behind these methods, that is, rhythm in all the diversity of its manifestation. You see the next slide? Okay, now it's running. This position was the result of a personal experience while in Moscow. The debate on the construction of the future Soviet socialist state and its educational system was underway in People's Commissariat of Education, Narkompos. Ginsburg, between 1918 and 1921, was in Crimea, where first writings were elaborated, forming a short monograph on Crimean Tatar art. These are 5 articles published in the magazine Sredika Lekcionerov between 1921 and 1924 and corresponding to several issues. As the first issue, the texts were elaborating during the period of stay in Eupatoria, when Ginsburg directed the local Department of Protection of Monuments of Art and Architecture, depending on Narkompos. From this perspective, by being Ginsburg in this way a member of Narkompos, the texts are a report elaborated on the problem of the conservation and enhancement of a specific heritage, of which the text highlights the peculiar and unique compositional methods that had been disregarded by the restorers of the Tsarist era, who compromised its authenticity. As the second issue, his period in Crimea, however, was for Ginsburg the discovery of another artistic tradition, the Eastern one. Almost antagonist to the Western one, he learned when he was a student in Italy, attending the Academy of Fine Arts and the Polytechnic of Milan before the war. Ginsburg's mission in Crimea was, in this way, a sort of journey to the East, like Le Corbusier did a decade earlier. In the comparison between the two words, Ginsburg discovered the invariant element of the compositional methods. As a synthesis between the components of decoration, sculpture, and architectural artifacts, expressed materially in the rhythm. In this first article, he declares, the Tatar artist works almost outside of all characteristics of the surrounding world, building only in harmony with the rhythm of lines, in consonance of color and pictorial spots. The visual art of Tatars are missing any assimilable tendency to painting. The motifs of the outside world are not only abstract to the extreme, but their own concept, their space, color, and silhouette are the result of decorative necessity, as a product of a purely compositional rhythm. Tatar art does not representing anything. It is completely non-figurative, and all its essence is built on pictorial forms, is inspired by the laws of rhythm. The monuments of Tatar art are always divided into separately existing elements, lazily distributed and carelessly in a pictorial disorder, not knowing nor axis of symmetry, nor a rigid tight balance of masses. The architect of Bakhchisarai Palace is not a director. He is rather a musician who splits one sound after another, improvising a simple recitative melody. The rhythm of European decorative art is based above all on laws of spatial harmony, captured by the eye in the blink of an eye. Tatar artist slows down the rhythm for a gradual perception of all elements over time. He is afraid of the instant mixing of all the sounds in a chord, which represents the highest achievement of European art. So we understood how Moshe Ginsburg, dealing with the Tatar art, elaborated a theory of art that uses the same analytical procedures of a cubo-futuristic abstract art and suprematism of the 10th Russian avant-garde, that are the analysis of the line, of the color and pictorial spot, and its relationship with space and light color through rhythm. Theoretical debate, construction, position. Let's move from Tatar Crimea to Moscow in 1918, where in the rooms of Narkompros, a crucial debate was underway on the definition of the educational program of the future VKhUTEMAS. Here, its Commissar of Education, Anatoly Lunacharsky, stated, one of the crucial tasks of workers and peasant peasant power is undoubtedly to educate the masses. The concept of education also includes art education. For the workers and peasant, for their ideologues, it has always happened in history for the ideologues of the strongest classes, full of vital energy in development, art is not an end in itself. When life is full of energy, it makes art not into an idol, but into a real instrument. Everything is for life, for its growth, for its development. From this point of view, the content of art takes on particular importance. This does not mean that form becomes secondary, for the suggestive force of art lies precisely in this. By conferring artistic form to a certain content of life, the force of penetration in the human art will also be increased by unimaginable measures. Art education has two aspects, which, although linked together, differ from one another. One of the main tasks it faces is to make art known to the masses. The other, to ensure that individuals and collective groups can arise from the masses as artistic interpreters of the spirit of the mass. We have already stated that the formal aspect of art is extremely interesting. Only the perfection of form, that is, its ability to touch the feelings of man, to give him pleasure, awakening in him the love and sense of beauty. only the expressive force, the economy of means, by which we call things beautiful, graceful, and so on, can reintroduce a given phenomenon in the field of art. So, given these objectives of the NARCOM prompt, the Commission for the Resolution of Questions bearing on the Synthesis of Painting, Sculpture, and Architecture, later VKhUTEMAS, aiming to identify the basis upon which to institute a new monumental art of synthesis linking painting, sculpture, and architecture, the idea was proposed to completely strip architecture of any predefined configuration of stylistic canons, in order to bring it back to the abstract notion of pure composition of form, be it pictorial, sculptural, and architectural. Two distinct approaches were delineated. One viewing art as construction, supported by Bochenko and Korolev, later constructivist, and the one that sees that art as composition, supported by Ladovsky and Krinsky, later rationalist. This discussion took the form of an art competition based on sketches, any of which expressing the idea of construction or composition. Summing up very shortly, the counterposition among the two positions can be explained as follows. Despite sharing the constructivist assertion that architecture should expose the same logical consistency of engineering methods adopted in the design of devices, machines, that through their design could be the manifestation of coherent concordance between form, construction, and content, Ladovsky and Christie, supporting the position of art as composition, contested the fact that the logic of construction on its own, as perfect as it was only able to produce that perfection of the form able to touch the feelings of man, give him pleasure, awakening him the love and sense of beauty, as Lunacharsky's program had established. And with him, they claimed that only the expressive force, the economy of means, by which we call things beautiful, graceful, and so on, can reintroduce a given phenomenon into the field of art. As well known, rationalists and constructivists became the main avant-garde groups in VKhUTEMAS, and their presence was more or less equally distributed in the basic course common to all students in the first and second year, and in the specialized faculties, industrial design disciplines, art disciplines, and architecture. This brief reference to the debate construction versus composition is useful to us to understand in which situation Ginsburg's teaching of history of architecture and the theory of architectural composition in VKhUTEMAS in 1921 was placed in the Faculty of Architecture. Concerning Ginsburg's position, we consider here two key concepts of his theoretical work: beautiful and finalistic. In this way, as we will see, Ginsburg indeed assumed a position of mediation between construction and composition, notwithstanding the polemic debate with rationalists and Ladovsky during the 1920s. As the Tatar art in Crimea deals with compositional methods in Eastern art tradition, rhythm in architecture deals with Western ones. In addition, rhythm in architecture is based on the theoretical assumption of the scientific literature of that time on the problem of perception of the forms, referring to Charles Bucher's rhythm and work, and to the school of German psychophysiologist Theodor Lipps, and of the psychology of architecture by Heinrich Wölfflin in his text Renaissance and Baroque, quite well spread in that time in VKhUTEMAS in many courses. Those approaches share the centrality of the datum of perceptual experience in antithesis to the philosophies of art of idealistic metrics, art as an end in itself, against which Lunacharsky also clearly expresses himself. Rhythm in Architecture was published in 1923 and explains the morphology of rhythmic system in Western architecture. In 1924, the style and the epoch is published. It traces the conclusion of rhythm in architecture, where in the first part, it proposes a succinct review of the development of Western architecture and its legacy, the Greek Italic heritage, is classicism, still present also in VKhUTEMAS in the Żołtowski-Stielski school, providing a critical reflection of the relationship between compositional methods and epoch, enclosed in the concept of style. In the second part of the book, the problem of style of the contemporary epoch is presented, and Ginsburg makes use of an iconographic apparatus of machines of the modern world that constitutes a text in images that run parallelly to the explanation of the characters of the contemporary architectural style, as a compositional device in which form, production, technique, and content are inextricably integrated, thus giving a definition of constructivism in architecture. In 1925, Moshe Ginsburg, together with Alexander Visnin, founded the OSA, Association of Modern Architects, of constructivist orientation. And in 1926, the magazine SA, Современная архитектура, Modern Architecture, was published as the organ of the constructivist movement and was directed by Moshe Ginsburg and Alexander Visnin, with the participation of Alexander Rodchenko and Alexei Gans and others. SA articles provide additional text about the content of teaching by Ginsburg in VKhUTEMAS Vultane. The contents of Rhythm and Architecture and Style and Epoch were the subject of the lectures given. Sorry, I made a mistake. Given by Ginsburg in the courses Theory of Architectural Composition and History of Architecture until 1926, during the rectorate of Vladimir Favorsky, who supported in the school a teaching approach referring to the problems of artistic expressiveness in all disciplines, including architecture. The program of the course of Theory of Architectural Composition for 1926 by Moshe Ginsburg is divided in 4 parts. Psychology of the creative process in architecture, rhythm as the essence of architecture, architectural processes, practical works on the theory of architectural composition. The first part deals with the psychology of relationships between the architect, his inner world, and society, external world, and introduce the theme of the perception of forms between the psychophysical element and the cognitive abstract element, and the evolution of architectural form. The third part illustrates the steps of the analysis and design of architectural artifacts. So I decided, instead of reading a list of concepts, to try to illustrate them by using the works that he was doing in that time, using the same keywords or key concept that we can find in his program. So architectural mass and its direction and hierarchy can be appreciated in his project for and realized building for the Narcom theme, a communal house in Moscow. Or the question of relationship in between mass and decorative element that can be organized rhythmically or pictorically. And this is a sample can be extracted from the 2 different facades, the long one and the short one. Then the question of harmony as the result of geometrical and numerical laws. All the building can be measured in its modules and proportions through a mathematical and geometrical system. The question of rhythmic sets, the morphology. Morphology can be continuous, for instance, referring to the sample that he present in rhythm architecture of the Santa Maria della Pace in Rome porch, or in the, at that time was referred to Brunelleschi, Cappella Pazzi, presenting a phrase of rhythmic system. And the question of, let's say, rhythm and musicality. So, system which proportions, modulation, and their different modules are harmonically combined in order to form a perceptive harmony based at the end on the module that is fixed by the constructive element of the pilotis that cross all the building from the ground floor till the roof. And another important article concerning teaching is published by Ginsburg in Essay in 1927. We have to say that it was occurring during the rectorate of Pavel Novitsky, and the time were changing. And is evident in the text of the prolusion of the course that was published in Essay with the title Constructivism as a Laboratory and Pedagogical Method, which constitutes the schematic program of a course. Indeed. After a long theoretical premises that enriches several of the theses of the style and the epoch, the course proposes a real laboratory dissection of the components of the architectural project on the conceptual level from the constructivist point of view. The article was illustrated with the reference of Bauhaus that was mentioned there by being another school of avant-garde in Europe in that time, and also by being the same building of the Bauhaus as a sample of what do they mean for finalistic approach in design. Even here, I will also skip to just read what is enlisted in the program, and I decided also here to illustrate this principle with illustration. One of the goals of the designer in Ginsburg theory was the design of social condenser, building that had, in this case, the House of Government of Almaty, was also combining offices and a kind of, let's say, workers' club for the community. Then the plan itself and the facades for how they are conceived reveals that they are built on the diagram of movement that are like an electric, let's say, network linking the different parts of the building. Or the other question was that is mentioned is the agent of the finalized perception. Apparently, this argument, this topic, refers to the question of perception that was arisen by Ladowski many times. And indeed, this monographical number of essay, Light and Color, Ginsburg is exploring the question of color in architecture and light on all possible points of view, starting from art and arriving to the scientific theory of that time about perception and scientific theory about formation and production of colors, as the theory by Oswald. And then he is showing an example in the interior of the House of Government of Almaty, where he uses the color also with a role, with the intellectual role to orientate the user inside by following the color set. And then another social condenser of those years is clearly represented by his project for the Narconfim, where residential unit K for family and F single, in addition with some other, were indeed, let's say, offering the possibility to, in a certain sense, organize a new society with new behaviors corresponding to socialist issues. Then I arrive quickly, and probably I'm already out of time, to the last document that is also published in Современная архитектура in 1930. And now we are in a moment during which, let's say, all architects were asked to deal with the problem of the city, of the socialist city, for the recently launched program of the 5 years plan. Sorry. So the program, indeed, it's also a kind of, let's say, farewell to VKhUTEMAS, because it was already addressed to the Architectural Institute and Construction that took the place of the faculties of architecture inside the VKhUTEMAS, when all the other faculties fell into a diaspora. Then the program had a title sounding very well the climate of that time: application of the method of materialistic dialectics to the elaboration of a teaching program for architectural design. But even if we skip the, let's say, ideological program involved, also very interesting and developing, in a certain sense, the constructivism thought into using the words of Marxism. What is interesting is the program that is described in the exercises, in the task that the students have to develop gradually, starting with those apparently more simple, related to the children, and then to the growth of the individual during his age, and so that gradually having more and more equipment and facilities in the socialist city. The other element we have to consider is that moment emerged two different visions about the future city. One, and all was happening inside the walls of the OSA in the constructivist movement, and also published in all the numbers of 1930 of the last year of the journal Современная архитектура. There, the theses were proposing two alternative possible forms. And the program, indeed, is very neutral in this sense, because the exercises that the students had to deal with could fit both in the deurbanism layout as in an urbanist layout. These are samples from those. Then Moshe Ginsburg was leading the team developing the project for the urbanism, while Alexander Wisnin was leading the team dealing with urbanism. One of the important elements you have to notice immediately is the fact that the socialist city, by definition, is the combination of industrial city and, let's say, sovkhoz or kolkhoz. That means, let's say, the agricultural production. They are a unit. And the program is clearly showing these issues by fixing for the students assignment for the design of the sovkhoz land use, as well as for the sovkhoz settlement, as well for the industrial city. Some ecological questions were arisen in that time. For instance, the urbanistic housing strip was considering to use almost local industry of wood to make its linear strip, and considering it much more convenient and less expensive than building the traditional Russian izba. Urbanism was proposing a kind of, let's say, super block housing combination. This was designed by Alexander and Leonid Wisnin, condensing in a block also all the facilities that were forecast in the program in 1930. But the same was for the linear, the urbanistic city, with the catalog of all its components. Emerged here a new concept of architecture, not anymore as construction or composition, but as montage. Montage in architecture and montage in urban planning. Thank you for your attention. I think that I was out of time already, but this is a very common, is very well-known iconography.
谢谢梅里奇教授非常精彩的演讲，他非常有逻辑的向我们
Thank you, Professor Maurizio. Wonderful presentation. So logically, he illustrated constructivism and Ginsberg. How did they find the denominator? And so they form a kind of system and implement that in VKhUTEMAS teaching. And now let's invite Professor Han Lingfei, and he is director and professor of the technical committee of the Department of Architecture and Art, Beijing Jiao Tong University, visiting professor, Technical University of Milan, professor of Moscow Institute of Architecture. And he is also the one of the Chinese advisors for our exhibition. And Professor Han is going to make a presentation about VKhUTEMAS and Bauhaus. So Professor Han, you have 25 minutes. So please control it well. Thank you. Okay, good evening, everyone. So let me share with you some of my recent thinkings. So although the topic is VKhUTEMAS and Bauhaus, I really want to use my recent thinking to illustrate some points. The first point I want to mention is that at the beginning of 20th century, the Soviet avant-garde architecture, why it was so colorful. Or I can put it this way, it was really fruitful and in different directions, not only theoretical fruits, but also practical design fruits, and influencing the whole 20th century or even 21st century. We see in art creation in a lot of people's works, not only like architecture, but also different kind of arts like film, painting, etc. And I think that, sorry, we cannot see your slides. Can you share again? I have already shared. You may need to reboot. No, the last presentation hasn't ended the sharing. So Professor Maurizio, would you please turn your sharing off?
Yes, but I already turned off.
Okay. 关掉了。那韩老师，您重新开一下。
So Professor Han, would you please restart? Is it okay now? No. You have to exit sharing first and then restart your sharing. Is it okay now? Still no, still no. Is it okay now? Is it okay now? Yeah, let me do it again. Yeah, we were okay just now, right? When we were testing. What about now? No. The sharing has ended. Okay, let me do it again.
现在是不是可以了？
Is it okay now?
还是不行，或者您发给我，我给您来共享吧。
韩老师，我来播放吧，我这里。
Yeah,
对，请王生来播放好了。
I will. Yes,
您要先退出。
I will play it. Yeah, Professor Han, would you please exit first?
您要先退出共享。
Yeah, first you have to exit sharing.
对，我们
But
其他人
my
看不见。
display is okay. Yeah, we cannot see it. So first, would you please exit your sharing, and then my colleague is going to play the slides for you.
那我来帮韩老师。
Yeah, let me do it, Professor Han.
好了，可以。王老师，您就说下一
Yeah.
页，然后它会往下播放。
Professor Han, you would just ask my colleague to play the next. When it is time, you would just say next, please, and then he will show the next page.
好，您可以开始了。
Yeah, you can start now, Professor Han.
음, 韩老师，
Professor Han,
下线了吗？
is Professor Han offline now?
哦，他掉线了。那我们先
Oh, he is accidentally
到
disconnected.
下一个演讲者，待会儿等
Then let's move
上
on
线了，我们再继续。
to the next one first.
杨修静老师，您在吗？
Yeah, Professor Yang Xiujing, are you here?
杨修静老师，
Professor Yang Xiujing?
哦，韩老师上来了。
Oh, Professor Han is here.
哦，可以。
哦，可以
Okay.
那韩林飞
Okay now.
教授，请
So
您
Professor Han Lingfei,
开始了。
yeah, you can start now.
韩老师，
Professor Han?
您可以开始了。
Yes, you can start now, Professor Han.
韩老师，您可能要在左下角开启一下你的
Yeah.
那个语音。
At your
语音
left
还没
hand,
有开。
would you please turn on your mic?
是不是？韩林飞老师，
Professor Han Lingfei?
现在是不是可以了？
啊，现在
Is it okay now?
OK，那我们开始。
Yeah. Okay, then let's start.
现在可以吗？
Is it okay now?
现在是不是可以？
Is it okay now?
您退出共享屏幕了，可能
Yeah.
再开一下共享屏幕。
Professor Han, you have exited sharing the screen, so you may need to turn it on.
哦，可以了。您全
Now it's
程
okay.
放一下。
Yeah, please show the full screen.
好 好，现在可以了。
Okay,
那我接着讲。
now it's okay now. Now let's move
我
on.
认为呢，现在19世纪末20世纪初，苏
So
前卫
you can see at the end of 19th century and beginning of 19th century, you can see
工业化
the
非常重要
avant-garde
的一个
art of Soviet Russia is a very important creation for humanity.
当时的
And so
发展
together with the Industrial Revolution and Soviet development and the building of the socialist country, they are closely connected.
先讲的一个内容
So
就是为什
the
么
first thing I want to talk about
会有这么
is why
众多的
in Soviet Russia,
这个
why
设计理论和
there had been so fruitful design theory, design
一
works.
个方面呢，
So there are mainly 9 aspects.
在
The first aspect
之间的这个
is that
苏俄
at that time,
的社会现实和巨大的
the
变革
turmoil in the society and the social transformation in Soviet has triggered a kind of thinking revolution. And the second is the support of the USSR officially. And so their understanding about the modern art
大陆之间
is quickly developed. And number 3 is such a socialist country between Europe and Asia. So the exchanges
俄罗斯的影响
of its influence on Soviet Russia. You know, Russia
方国家
and USSR has always been regarded by Western countries as Eastern country. And the Russian historians and philosophers found it really hard to define themselves whether they belong to the West or the East. So no matter what, this country, which span East and the West, the Oriental culture has a great influence on them. And so the third aspect, the Oriental culture, especially the traditional culture, and its combination with the abstract art, has great influence on Soviet Russia. Number 4, art, not only art, architecture, not only it is a physical creation, but also an influence on thinking. And so you can see the Soviet, you see the modern literature philosophy has a great influence on the art and architecture. Number 5 is that you can see at the end of 19th century, beginning of 20th century, the big machine, the industry has promoted the development of Soviet Russia. And number 6, the Western Europe, avant-garde art and Cubism, Futurism, etc., Impressionism, etc., have a great impact on Soviet Russia. And you can see, based on this influence, Russians, they generate their own supremacism, etc. And number 7 is the innovative awareness of Russians all over the world. You know, the innovation awareness of Russians have a strong heritage and a strong foundation. And so you can see at the beginning of the 20th century, we see a lot of fruitful works in Soviet Russia. And number 8 is the interaction between different schools of art. At that time, Soviet Russian, a lot of avant-garde artists are making trials in different areas, like Maykov's poems influence on art, and avant-garde theatrist Eisenstein, etc. The film artist, its impact, and their influence on architecture. So you can see the interaction, different arts, no matter you see the graphic art, architecture, art, they all see this kind of influence. Number 9 is you can see the rather backward industrial foundation has played its role too. And so the 9 aspects at the beginning of 20th century, why we see the avant-garde art fruitful in Soviet Russia. So this is the first aspect, the first point I want to mention. And the second, I want to talk about exchange between VKhUTEMAS and Bauhaus and theoretical exchanges and the exchanges in practice. So you can see we see a lot of Bauhaus works, Bauhaus theories. Madame Miss Landorf, a lot of the artists, a lot of the thoughts of Bauhaus actually originated from VKhUTEMAS. So at that time, you can see the relationship between Russia and Germany were really close. And so avant-garde art creation and practice from Russia had a great influence on Bauhaus. So you may not know a lot about this history. So that's why I want to talk about it. And so I mean the influence from VKhUTEMAS to Bauhaus. Professor Han, sorry, your slide hasn't moved. I'm moving it. No, we didn't see it move. Oh, should I start again? So can you see it move now? No, we don't see it move. So you may need to play it. Play. I am playing it. Or you can exit play first. You can exit play mode first. And then you can move on the unplayed page by page. Can you see it now? We can see page 1. What about page 2? No, it hasn't moved. It hasn't moved. Should I share it again or what? You may need to exit full screen mode. Yeah, would you please exit full screen mode first? Can you see it now? Is it moving now? Your mouse is moving, but the screen is not moving. No. Or we can play it for you. What about now? No. No, not okay. It's so weird. In the interest of time. Okay, then let me stop sharing first. So the Wang Sheng can share for you. Is it okay now? No. Oh, yeah, it's okay now. Yeah, it's moving now. Yes, yes. Professor Han, are you here? Professor Han Lingfei? I think he is disconnected. Okay, then. Let's wait a second first. If it takes too long, then we will invite the next speaker first. Let me call Professor Han. Professor Han Zhao Zhanyu, are you here? Yes, I'm here. Next should be Professor Yang. Professor Yang Xiujing. It seems like she is Professor Yang Xiujing. Oh, she is here. So Professor Yang, so would you please talk first, because Professor Han Feiling, his internet connection has some problems, so he may need to readjust. So let me introduce Professor Yang Xiujing, and she is the from CAA. She is director and a professor of about the art history in foreign countries, and also she is teaching cross-cultural exchanges, etc. And she is a social professor of CAA, master supervisor, and so she is going to talk about on the historical contribution of avant-garde in the formation of the teaching system at VKhUTEMAS. Professor Han? Professor Han? Okay, so we will let Professor Han to talk first. Yeah, Professor Han, you can continue. Professor Han, you can restart. Yeah. Can you move? Yeah, we can see you move. Yeah, the slides are moving. So the first aspect, you can see the avant-garde art of Soviet Russia is so fruitful is because of the turmoil. And in the second half of 19th century, you can see Russia is witnessing a lot of social turmoil. The Tsarist government, you can see a lot of sharp conflicts, and the intellectuals and the common people, they want to see great changes. And during this process, people want to see the changes, and so it led to the denial of the old art, and also yearning for new art became a reality. So at this moment, we can see Ivan Kromskoy represented by him, and some new artists. They become the wondrous, and the school was usually regarded as the pioneer of avant-garde art in Russia in the 20th century. And so you can see during the process of the social revolution, it showed people's expectation and a yearning about the future. And so you can see these artists, they have, got rid of the shackles, and they laid the foundation for the later avant-garde. And so you can see this is the barge transporter on a Volga River. Sorry, Professor Han, your slides are not moving. Can you move now? No. Is it okay for the front several pages, right? First several pages, right? Yeah, only first several pages, because our time is really short. So let me talk first, and then I will adjust at the same time. If you cannot do it, let us play it for you, okay? Okay. Why don't we do this? We will invite Professor Yang to speak first, and then at the same time, I can do the adjustment. So would you please exit sharing first? Yeah, please exit sharing first. Is it okay now? This is still your slide. Okay. Now it's okay. So Professor Yang, would you please share first? Would you please share your screen? Can you see it? You have shared? Yes, let me start sharing. Yes, okay now. Okay. Okay. Let me show it in full screen. So, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. So thank you for this opportunity, for the organizers' invitation. And I would like to share my research findings. I would like to talk about 3 points to illustrate on the historical contribution of avant-garde in the formation of the teaching system at VKhUTEMAS. And first, I want to talk about the art exploration of the avant-garde artists, and also their function in forming new aesthetics. And the second, I want to talk about Malevich's art practice and Leginsky's their international communication. And so VKhUTEMAS, not only in their teaching, they're progressing themselves at the same time through international exchanges, their teaching system is further spread and their influence is further spread. And number 3, I want to talk about the teaching activities and historical contribution of the avant-garde artists in VKhUTEMAS teaching. So first, I would like to give 2 examples. One is the formation of a Knave of Diamonds. And so this group, while holding exhibition in 1910, they formed this club or the society. So at that time, together with the Cubism and mainly post-Cezanne Cubism and the Picasso's Cubism. Their relationships are really close. A lot of artists like Kalinsky, Mikolov, Valk, etc. These are all playing important functions in the group. And after October Revolution, actually the group were still doing activity, and they held their exhibition in 1917, and later exhibition, a lot of young artists they have taken part, and so this group, this team, later most of the artists after October Revolution, they joined VKhUTEMAS teaching teams, and they taught the foundational courses and really emphasized on the form, the shape, the color, and so this is closely related with their previous activities. And so you can see from this work, it can reflect their philosophy. And the second is the birth of realism, represented by Malinov and Gonsalova. And especially Malinov, the originator, he proposed a very important concept that is objectless. And so you can see the earliest batches of artists, actually they want to liberate painting from objects. And actually, Cubism was already doing it, but they can still be seen in some of the works. And so to the era of realism, you can see object is completely removed. Like Gonsalova, you can see the cat work. And later, there's another work, which is rose, black, yellow, etc. And so this kind of exploration also have prepared a batch of people, teachers, for the later VKhUTEMAS teaching. And no matter in theory or philosophy, this is the exploration beforehand. And okay, you can see avant-garde art is a very important part of Russia in 20th century, and it is a reflection of politics, economy, culture in that society. And so it reflected the metropolitan request in industrial era. And so you can see the aesthetics established on the new concept of industry and new art. And so you can see the Russian artists in taking part in VKhUTEMAS teaching, they're also facing this issue, that is to solve the urgent issue in the society, for example, metropolitan and urbanization problem, new aesthetic problem, new industrialization problem. All these have become for the avant-garde artists, the direction they explore in VKhUTEMAS. And so this is a very important driving force for later development of VKhUTEMAS. At the beginning of establishment of VKhUTEMAS, the economic society in the Russia was, waiting to be developed. And so here you can see Malovich mentioned, we determined to eliminate the old things and to remove all the mildew in the past and welcome today, and to establish the foundation of speed and rhythm. So on one hand, the artists are calling for it, and on the other hand, after October Revolution, the Soviet government, they also in a timely fashion established different organs, and they have the art landscape department specifically. And also in the art department, you can see it consists of people from different art groups, and so different art philosophies also fight with each other. And so it has extended, not only reflected in the development of art, also reflected in VKhUTEMAS. Since the day of its birth, it was accompanied by artists of different positions and people who from different schools. They fought with each other. HUTEMAS, its organization and activity, not only was a educational institution, and so it is closely related with the development of the society. And so you can see the avant-garde artist, the task in the development of the society was really important. But HUTEMAS first rejected all the new art trend, but you can see avant-garde artists, they welcomed the new kind of new aesthetics, new education of the philosophy. So they are full of enthusiasm about revolution. And so when HUTEMAS was established, their requirement for the students was unimaginable even today. So they don't need to take part in the examination. They don't need to pay. And you can decide where you can learn. But there is a problem. They recruited a lot of students, and a lot of them were workers, soldiers, some are peasants, and a lot of them are freelancers, the workers, and they don't have academic foundation. So it was really hard to teach. So this urgently call for a kind of effective teaching system, education system. So when HUTEMAS was established, it didn't come from nowhere. And so the avant-garde teaching method was attributed to the participation of a lot of teachers. The second I want to share, Malevich, in his lifetime, in a certain period of time, he conducted art teaching, and before and after, he also took part in a lot of other activities, and also his international exchanges. After he proposed suprematism, and actually he has always think that we should pursue pure art, and he always think that art should not be influenced by revolution, etc. And painting, he advocated a painting language. He think that the most important, first, pure form, and second, pure color, most important in painting. But his philosophy already doesn't match the social development. And so the pure art he advocated, or even later, he think that the pure art just ended. And after he has painted white on white, he said that it is already the end of art, and the artist should shift to philosophical study. And so this was closely related to his beginning philosophy, but actually it is a very big extension of his philosophy. And in his life, we found one period of time, he went to Vyshevosk and established Univias. And so he acted as the foundationalist of new art, and also he established a whole system there, and including the architectural study, and to create different kinds of new pattern. And also after the victory of October Revolution, and different cities have different festivals, and he also created decorations for the festivals, and also decorations for the indoor, and also he conducted different kinds of designs for communication, and he hoped actually this plan can be implemented, but there was problem in the implementation. Malevich, for the implementation of the plans, he also have made, according to him, feasible templates, and so based on the templates, maybe the suprematist or supremacism is doable. And for example, in order to decorate the wall and also decorate of the podium, etc. And he thinks that all these can use his supremacist color, shape, proportion. And you can see he designed these three boxes. He thinks that in using these forms, these elements can be used. After he designed these elements, you can see the colleague Levinsky is in charge of the form of the festival. In Lalimowa is in charge of the decoration of the trains. And so he has corresponding colleagues to help him. So during which Bosco time, according to his plan, they should design some life utensils. For example, you can see they also design patterns for textiles, for fabrics. And so later, he mentioned art should not serve the public purposes. And actually, it is different from the beginning. And also, in the teaching, there are also some achievements in 1920, 1921. You can see VKhUTEMAS has a Saison club, and he showcased his works there too. In 1922, and the People's Education Commissar also held an exhibition in Berlin, and they also showcased VKhUTEMAS supremacist works under the guidance of Malevich. And so there are the works of faculty and the students at the same time in the exhibition. In 1922, he went to Petrograd. That is the St. Petersburg now. And afterwards, he took away a batch of his followers. And there he established a national art and a cultural institute. So he established this institution there. And so what is the purpose of the establishment there, or the institution there? His design was really ideal. Under him, there are 5 departments. And so he is leading the painting. And so some department is about materials. And there are methodology department. There are famous theorists helping him. And there are also laboratories. And so it's like a teaching institution too. And so if you regard the other institution like high school level, and this is like a graduate school, and in the institute, you see Malevich's relationship, direct relation with VKhUTEMAS is before the establishment of VKhUTEMAS. And there was a studio he taught there in a short period of time. But after its establishment, didn't teach there, but in the St. Petersburg Institute, and there is an organic cultural department. And during his study and research about color, there is a great relationship with VKhUTEMAS. And so for Malevich, we know there are a lot of avant-garde artists, but Malevich is like a genius. In 15 years old, he studied in Moscow for music. In 20 years old, when he was 20 years old, and he was already a very famous violinist, and he only learned painting when he was 33 years old. And so in his art life, and he didn't take part in a lot of art activity when he was young, but when he was 33 years old, and when he was studying color, he even formed his own theory about colors. And so in the St. Petersburg Institute or Research Institute, you can see together with the artists there and the students there. And also you can see he has a great influence also on the teaching of color in KhUTEMAS. His achievements was compiled into a color manual in 1923 and published, and also became very famous. And so in the St. Petersburg National Cultural Research Institute, in this institute, Kavalin also led the material culture part. They studied furniture and household utensils and public building exterior design, or even specifically what kind of paint we should use. And so they studied it there. But strictly speaking, Kathleen, in all the avant-garde artists, this person is really unique in the characteristic or in character. And so not usually working with others. And so later, the artist went to Moscow. And so he worked in a unique material research studio. And the artist didn't teach per se in KhUTEMAS. Only when KhUTEMAS needed the artist would teach there. And so you can see the material research done by this artist. You can see for the building a complete material research system in KhUTEMAS, it has been really influential.
Now we're going to talk about Lissitzky. So think about the early stages of avant-garde art. The most important contribution of Lissitzky is that he is part of the suprematist artistic activities as well, and then actually finished something which is kind of a monument or installation art or something. But he hasn't been there for a long while. Strictly speaking, Lissitzky has a very comprehensive architectural education background, and he is a trilingual or quadrilingual. He speaks several different foreign languages as well. So given his global vision and international background, that makes him at the forefront of the avant-garde artist circle. And after leaving the Vyacheslav and going to Moscow, and then he had stayed for a short tenure to do the teaching there. And within just 1 year, he decided to leave for Berlin with a mission there, because he really want to make sure that he want to spread some words about the latest artistic movement and ideas from Russia to Germany. So he was serving as a bridge between the cultural communication between Soviet Union and Germany. And also he was graduating from the Department of Architecture in Moscow. During his short stay in Vyacheslav, he did a lot of contributions as well. So I included some artworks hereby. So these are all from Lissitzky, and he had dedicated some time to actually doing some like a lecture and trying to come up with some manuscripts to lecture about Malevich and his ideas. So think about the following, the avant-garde artistic movement in Western countries, Bauhaus, and also think about how they perceive Lissitzky. They had a very high accolade for him, and Lissitzky has become a very important bridge to help to people to what's going on in Russia back then. And then think about the back in Soviet Union. So what about the avant-garde artists and how did they practice art and how did they do the teaching in VKhUTEMAS? And then when Lissitzky traveled to Europe, he organized a lot of different exhibitions, and including the Tartar artist, and as well as the style, which is the French style culture or something. And also he helped to found some magazine to help the Russian government. Unfortunately, he suffered from tuberculosis. He was in poor health condition, so sometimes he cannot keep working. He translated the books done by Malevich, and he was invited to become a lecturer on multiple occasions as well. And he was often asked to do some lecture on the latest artistic development of Russia. So think about what about the avant-garde artistic education in VKhUTEMAS? As I mentioned before, a lot of avant-garde artists are teachers and professors at VKhUTEMAS. So, but as a matter of fact, so think about with the existing VKhUTEMAS, we have seen a lot of achievements. A lot of achievements are in the area of architecture. Strictly speaking, think about the art. Actually, I think VKhUTEMAS started the education in architecture later than art and design. Why is that the case? Because VKhUTEMAS was a merger of several different art and technical institutions. So they took some time for them to get on board some of the architectural teaching philosophy. You'll find that a lot of famous founding fathers have been part of the construction of the pedagogical system of VKhUTEMAS. So VKhUTEMAS, as one of the earliest comprehensive university teaching art, design, and architecture, it played a very pivotal role. So from the perspective of pure artistic education, I don't think actually VKhUTEMAS had already made any more contributions to the art development. So you find Kandinsky and Tatlin. So actually, these are all men of characters, of personalities. Like Kandinsky, later on, I'm going to shed some light on his contribution. He has been part of some collective work, but he is a very special guy. And it turns out that whenever he finds that he has some different ideas from Malevich, he decided to quit the group and he traveled all the way to Germany. Amongst the circle of avant-garde artists, he had a lot of impressive educational background. He studied music and then actually Kandinsky used to start it with a major in law or something and then decided to practice art later on. So think about those different figures actually are men of strong characters and they develop their own styles. I think this is maybe due to their educational background. Kandinsky and Malevich did not get directly involved in the construction of the pedagogical system of VKhUTEMAS, and they was not like, for example, regular participator in the day-to-day operation of VKhUTEMAS. But even given that, they did contribute to its research institute. So a lot of the results of VKhUTEMAS is in the area of the design and art. So not a lot in architecture a lot. So you find that in the beginning areas of the avant-garde period. So actually, the later stages was not that aggressive as before. So we mentioned that in the year 1925, VKhUTEMAS was a huge success in the sense that it successfully constructed its pedagogical and the dialectical teaching system as well. So we have to talk about the Rodchenko and also for the research on art institute. So think about this was an idea by Kandinsky, but from the perspective of being a painting artist, Kandinsky holds that the art research must be focused around music and painting, but this runs contrary to the younger generations like Rodchenko, and they hold completely opposing ideas. In November 1921, so Rodchenko set up a parallel research institute. So that is to say that in 1921, this accounted for why Kandinsky decided to leave VKhUTEMAS. And then after the departure from VKhUTEMAS by Kandinsky, and Rodchenko has become the new head of the research institute. And then he decided to come up with the new plan to develop the artistic teaching principles based on the constructivism. So as a result of that, so they can think about how do they embed the constructivism into the VKhUTEMAS. So that's the great idea and history. So think about Rodchenko in the process of the constructivism. He played a very pivotal role. He's different from Malevich because he's a materialist by his very nature. And I think quite like Tatlin. So actually, he thinks that he is a craftsman. He is an inventor of the art. So he's using an inventor mentality to create one artwork following another. So during his later stage of his career, he practiced so like a constructivist teaching. That's part of what he does. And then he is a great photographer as well. So based on his personal background and his artistic perception and view, we can understand a lot about them. So he graduated from the Kurokgonov. And then based on his educational background, we understand that so he was not very interested in the out of touch, high above, hanging in the air, avant-garde art teaching or something. So he's a different figure compared with Kandinsky. Think about constructivism when they get embedded in the teaching system of VKhUTEMAS. You find that in the past, you find that there is a continuity of a communist, but it got broken. So they are thinking about making different elements into an organic body to recreate a realism. So that's why this has awakened us to the reality that is called the in hook. That's the Russian word. So think they had a close relationship with VKhUTEMAS. Think about the in hook, and the founding principle of e-hook is that they really want to actually establish a kind of a club of a committee of masters, and then later on, they changed its name to InHook. So think about all the teaching stuff in VKhUTEMAS. Actually, they are all part of the InHook as well. So this is a research institute. It's a Russian word. So we don't just look at VKhUTEMAS as a teaching institution, but also they practice some research. They put their research in InHook as well. So that has awakened our vision to the fact that so the avant-garde artists from the VKhUTEMAS was all in Hook, and also how they were performing their work in St. Petersburg. I tried to come up with everything on one pager, but the words are too small for everyone to read. So I'm going to skip that one. So if you're interested, keep in touch with me and ask me for that. I think in terms of avant-garde artists in VKhUTEMAS, I think they have two major contributions. They have been thinking about the nature of the art and between art and the general mass and art and the epoch and the art and the science, which means that they are the constructor and architect of the new era's aesthetical beauty. They are the enforcer, practitioner. So this is a response to VKhUTEMAS. So as a result of their contribution, VKhUTEMAS has become a new modern educational institution. But in the 20th century, so you find that the USSR established a new world order of which they were calling for new social development as well as a new lifestyle associated with aesthetical beauty. So we should think about economics of constructivism, and we can utilize the materials and the space in a reasonable way to develop things into multifunctional and movable design, so that this is like the lifestyle related beauty. So VKhUTEMAS and all their pedagogical teaching and philosophy has been passed on to the current generation right now. In order to realize those principles in our life, we are calling for a new type of artists, and a new type of artist being defined as those people who actually helped to establish the correlation between theory and practice, production, and art. So these are the multifunctional viewed and also the universally accessible artist designers as well. Second point of my presentation is that, so think about avant-garde artists. So during their work stay in VKhUTEMAS, think about they participate in construction of the pedagogical approach. Part of that is the fundamental courses. Think about their contribution, and they prepared a very good role model for other countries' pedagogical educational system. And this has become the most important fruits of VKhUTEMAS educational system. Before I conclude, I would like to tell you it's like a laboratory. So where you can do the testing, validation, and practice a lot of avant-garde practices and theories as well. For the VKhUTEMAS, we find that sometimes they do want to initiate a kind of a radical social education, to use education to make a difference to the world. And then VKhUTEMAS has become a very important driving force to make sure to combine lifestyle with art. So art with production. So they are trying to make some new attempts to combine those things together. So but I think that this is a utopian wild dreams or ideas. They have their infightings as well across their schools. So they couldn't agree with each other. As a result of that, so think about the societal need cannot be addressed by them immediately. They have a utopian dreams and ideas, but they cannot realize that in industrial production. And then Stalin actually was having the rule, which is breaking down the economic machinery of the society. So that's why after 10 years of the Olympic history, VKhUTEMAS was broken. And then in the process of that, they have learned a lot of lessons. But I think they are all wonderful lessons worth our thoughts. With that, I finished my presentation. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Yang. Would you please stop your sharing mode as well? Thank you very much. I think you have done a very excellent presentation for us. It turns out that for VKhUTEMAS, was coming from different standpoints of art. You have different views. You are different art schools, but you have the clash of ideas. But it's experimental. It's like a laboratory setting for doing the teaching. So without further ado, let's welcome back Professor Han Linfei. Can you see my slides now? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Is it moving now? Sorry, not moving. Not moving. Is it okay that you exit the system so that we can roll the slides for you? Is that okay? Hi, Professor Han. Can you stop the sharing so that I can roll the slides for you? Okay, I'm pressing stop. Yes, I stopped sharing the slides. Okay, Professor Wang, would you handle the slides? Thank you. Can you see the slides right now? Yes, we can see it. Next page. Next page.
Okay, next page. So we can see the establishment of the Soviet government for the social turmoil. It is a kind of a response. And also for avant-garde art, it also established some conditions because you can see the modern thoughts with a new regime. And so this kind of experimental practice was accepted. And so you can see Taplin, Lisinski, etc. We can see their works have reflected the pursuit of the social philosophy. And so you can see the monument to the Third International by Taplin, the artist thinking and the creation practice and a unique expression. And also you can see for the political need of the first socialist country, actually, they were combined. And so creating a large batch of great works by modern artists. And so in a groundbreaking way, it has realized a kind of modern creation. Next page, please. Next page, please. And then it has won the Soviet official support. And so the Soviet government, you can see, regard the combination of modern art and industry. And so you can see it has helped them to create the image as a first socialist country. And they used this kind of art to do some communication work and publicist work. And so they used this kind of modern art as a kind of propaganda tool. And so reversely, it also has promoted the development of revolution and social development. And so this kind of official attitude in the beginning of the 20th century for the modern art and architecture, why it was so fruitful. This is one of the reasons too. And so you can see in the graphic design and the posters in film, in sculpture, in different kind of art creations, you can see they all won official support. Previous page. The biggest factor is the Commissar of People's Education, an assistant of Lenin, that is Lunacharsky. He thought that art is a very powerful way to infect people's mood and touch people. And so this kind of different kinds of support have also become the reason of the prosperous scene of avant-garde art at that time. Next page. Another very important reason, also ignored by a lot of scholars. You can see Russia is between East or Europe and Asia. And so you can see Mongolian Tatars govern them for 200 years. And so Mongolian culture or the East culture for their nationalism and their perception of art. There is a great influence. And there's a great difference between the culture in the East and the West. And so you can see the Eastern culture, our way of expressing the feelings and the pursuit of certain image, and it also is consistent with the some way in modern art and single spot perspective in the West and multiple spot perspectives in the East. Actually, you can see the reflected in expression of the painting, and they are consistent in some way. And so, especially represented by Chinese culture, and such kind of Oriental culture has a great influence on Russia. And then it spread to the Western Europe at the beginning of the 20th century. Actually, you can see in the modern art, in the avant-garde art, you can see it echoed with the foundation of these art. And so you can see exchanges between Europe and Asia, the foundation of such kind of art. And so for the Russians to accept the modern art and to create in time, space, and physical expression, actually, it is really influence, and they have found this kind of commonality in their expression. And so you can see the Oriental culture's influence in Russia became, for the beginning of 20th century, actually one of the reasons why their avant-garde art was so fruitful. So next page. So in literature and philosophy, art actually was a kind of combination and unity between emotion and reason. And so actually it is all based on the foundation of people's knowledge about the world. And so you can see the early artists and philosophers. The philosophers, their creative understanding about humanity, the world, and also their understanding about the social development, industrial development, and also their understanding about people's psychology also formed a part of the foundation for the fruitfulness of the modern art at the beginning of 20th century in Russia, and including Herzen, Chekhov, and Pavlov, and Kantorovich, including the modern, or the at the bottom you see the 5 Nobel laureates for literature, and like Sholokhov and Funing and Brodsky, etc. And so their philosophy, especially their philosophy about modern society, and also especially the relationship between the modern development and humanity, actually at the beginning of 20th century in Soviet Russia, why you can see avant-garde art was so fruitful. This is also one of the reasons too. Next page. At the beginning of the 20th century, the development of modern art, modern architecture, a very important reason is the machine and the big industrial revolution. And so you can see these people, they understand the function of machines, and especially the democracy of material civilization. And so it features big scale production, machinery, or mechanization. And so this kind of thinking is accepted in Soviet Russia. Like Moshe Ginsburg, you can see the building, the residences he designed also reflected this kind of thinking. And so you can see mechanization or big scale production also has broad passion about industrial revolution. And also it has great influence on the avant-garde art in the beginning of the 20th century in Soviet Russia. So this is one of the reasons for its prosperity too. And so you can see between 1928 to 29, this is Nonkov residence model. And so you can see on the roof, there is sunshine room and roof garden. And so actually, this is a very important reference for Marcel building. You know, in 1928, Rockfish went to the USSR, and for the blueprint, altogether 15 kilo of the drawings for knockoff building. And he actually took all of these drawings back to Paris, and then it became the foundation of Marcel building later. And next page. So European avant-garde art from Monet. Two different early Impressionist artists, and they all had great influence on Soviet Russia artists. And so their sensitive perception, especially influenced by 1939, the birth of camera. And so you can see realistic skill became backward. And so with the influence of the modern technology like photography, so artists sensitively feel actually the change brought by the new machines, new equipment. And so from descriptive painting, they move towards abstract way of painting and aimed at showcasing the relationship between movement in time and space. And so from earliest stage Impressionist to Cubism to, Futurism, all these had great influence on USSR, and such an influence combining with the Oriental culture, especially multiple spot perspective. And like Chinese painting, we pursue the movement in space and time. And so echo was really strong among the Russian artists. And so this kind of influence from the Oriental culture made the Russians feel they have a new understanding about the movement in time and space. And so actually, together with the influence of modern society and industrial revolution. And so you can see why in the beginning of the 20th century, there is a brand new scene in their art. So next page. So Cezanne is much respected by the Soviet artists. So from post-impressionism to Cubism to Fauvism, etc., all of these actually for the new world brought by the Industrial Revolution. Actually, this is a kind of new way of expression. Next page, especially Picasso's Cubist art, to a great extent, have influenced Russians' creation or creativity. So, with the influence of Cubism, they perceived machine has brought new type of movement in time and space. And so influenced by Cubism and Futurism, especially Picasso's Cubism and Italian Futurism influence. So Malevich has generated the supremacism, and Taplin has produced constructivism, etc., etc. Next page, please. So you can see the influence from Matisse, that is Fauvism. And so you can see for the USSR, constructivism and supremacism, etc. Actually, this is a kind of foundation. And next page. And so you can see these artworks. The modern artworks, they express the new concept about time and space, and it's a multiple spot perspective. And so this is a very important foundation for the development of avant-garde in USSR. And including, you can see Italian poet Marinetti published the Futurism Manifesto in Paris. And so you can see different influences from East and the West, and actually influence their understanding about the new machine era. Okay, next page. Another very important point, that is Russian. Usually people call Russia as the third Rome. And so from Orthodox Church and a lot of religious activities, they always show their unique creativity. And since the 7th century, 8th century Byzantine culture until 18th century, 19th century Russian classicism, including their neoclassicism, they were really different from the Western culture. And while they're inheriting the Roman architectural and art, actually Russians are really unique in their creativity. And this doesn't need to be mentioned again. Actually, you can see in the art history, this has been fully shown in a lot of places, including you can see today in Ukraine, you can see their own way or unique way of doing things. And so by 1910, Knave of Diamonds and works by Malevich. And for physical world, objective world, Malevich's understanding has led his production of supremacist or supremacism. And a lot of people were influenced by him, including Taplin. And so such kind of influence is also a unique way of showing the unique creativity of Russians. Next page, please. So you can see Russians, they established their own Cuba Futurism. It's a new art movement. And so for the Picasso's Cubism, and they combine it with the Italian Futurism. So they established Cuba Futurism through this way. And so actually through this, they celebrated the new way of movement of the machine, etc. And so you can see the way of Cuba Futurism is the expression is full of Cubism, and this bring brand new visual impact for the audiences or the viewers. And this is a very important foundation for avant-garde art in Russia. And so a lot of the avant-garde art schools, including supremacism and constructivism, etc., are based on this. These all showcase their unique creativity. And in 1912, you can see Laranov and Goncharova founded a school of art called Rayism. And so in the picture, they showcase the light rays. And so you can see the rays are reflection of the world.
So realism is not objective lighting. It's kind of representing the human spirit and the human speed as well. And also it represents people's perception of the lighting and the ray, because on the two-dimensional plane, think about the lighting of the painting is just an objective and passive way of representation to represent the lighting exposure and distribution of the sun. And also the two founding fathers of realism, they believe that when it comes to the painting per se, we have to use the light to bring out some non-objective world. So that's why they have set up a school of thought, which is called the realism. This is a one work about, so think about the glass. So you find that this is from Larionov. And then in the year 1913, Larionov and Goncharova held an exhibition, which is called a Target in exhibition. Think about the realism. It had not been up and running for a long while. So it has been up and running for about 2 to 3 years by the year 1914. It has been a short span in history, but yet it blazed the trail for the new trajectory. And so for Malevich and for Tatlin, they leave a mark on them. And also they laid a very solid foundation for the avant-garde artist in USSR. Into the year 1915, Malevich has created a suprematist work. He believes that this is not a realistic. The point of painting is trying to reflect a lot of a non-objective world. The important part of that is an nonness, nothingness. And how do we represent the no and the none? So he believes that actually all the colors can be represented by black and white. So that's why there is a Rangrov school founded by Malevich to understand the pure artistic feeling and perception. This is a supremacist feeling. He believes that all the different images are like a square, and the square is just like a common element. So think about the rectangular and the sphere, and all the other different cubes are coming from the cubes as well. So this represents the simplest and the purest form. So cube is a representative image of a suprematist, and also this is about the non-objective in the real world. He has the two colors, black and white, and black over black and white on white, which is to bring out his ideas. He is not blazing the trail for suprematism, but at the same time, he is also the founding father of artistic philosophy. Think about artistic philosophy, not only for art and for the modern form making. It has made a very important contribution, but also for philosophy of the nothingness, not having it. So it's leaving a very important influence. He is not only a painter and an artist and architect, and he is also a great theorist in art as well, art theorist, or we can call him a philosopher for mankind. Think about a collection of his work. It's not only about his painting. I think he had already published about 300 different pieces of painting, very famous. I think the great contribution from him is that. So you find that from the textbook to a lot of work, and Russia had published 5 different paper-based collection of Malevich works. Each one is about 8 to 10 centimeter thick. So find if you put all the 5 books together in the stack, it will be as high as about 25 centimeter. And this is the thickness of the wells of the knowledge and of his idea into thinking into the future world, thinking into the other world, on the non-objective world. So there are 4 different published versions translating into different languages. So find that the French language, French version textbook is also very thick as well. This is only part of what the man has contributed to USSR. And when he was captured, and so there are a lot of bags of textbooks which had been seized by the regulators, and then but they are gone. Nobody knows where they are right now. This is Malevich. Next page. We can see the white square about white on white. So they are trying to divide the color into the red, white, and the black. So these are the different colors. And think about the white on white, which is an announcement of the actually the non-objective, the non-content culprit. Sorry, not summit, which means that the summation, the height of a suprematism. So this is describing the human's understanding of the world which is unknown to us, instead of using his work to reflect the objective world. So that's why in his collection of his works, the most important thing is about nothingness, on the nothing, not having it. Next page. This is his architectural work. Suprematist is about very pure geometrical form, and then from the architectural, the composition, construction, as well as materials. He goes beyond 2-dimensional canvas and into the 3-dimensional architectural formations. This is also a great creation of mankind. So this is also ambitious idea for them. Next page. Another school of thought in Russia, so Cubism, Futurism, on the basis of that different school of thoughts, there's a very important one which was done by Tatlin in 1915, of which he was a founding father of the school of thought of constructivism. So based on constructivism, it's necessary for artists to participate in the reshaping of society. So the combination of techniques, craftsmanship, industry, and art can combine make a difference for the whole brighter world, and which is very contrary to supremacism. Constructivism rejects the definition of art as a pure specific, purely aesthetic activity, and opposed the creation of art for its sake. They believe that art should be functional and practical. Constructivists use a lot of iron and steel, a lot of industrial materials, design a lot of industrial design like architecture, like buildings, graphics, and books on the cover page of the books, etc. So graphical design, so this is the result of them. He believes that constructivist idea could find its way into creation of mankind across multiple different areas. So that's why tattling is part of the film shooting as well as design of the costumes for those one in operas on the stage and the fabrics design for that as well. So think about all of these contributions. These are a very important idea to convey to let people understand that what they have done. So these are the fundamentals and the foundations of what they start from. Sorry to interrupt you, Professor Han. Time is up for your session. I'm sorry about that. So yeah, everyone's time is up. Everyone is a long speech or something. Yes, because thank you for understanding us because there are a lot of speakers following you. So think about the constructivism is one of the most influential design movements in history of modern design, affecting many fields, including the painting, architecture, sculpture, graphic design, and film. We have to let it serve the society. This has a very big influence on Bauhaus, and through West Europe, it goes to all over the world as well. It's just that for Bauhaus, we understand it better, but for the HUTEMAS and constructivism, we understand very few about it. So I believe that for the socialist reality, actually, constructivism from Russia was not emerging from the shackles of the socialism. So now I'm going to talk about how can we look at the intersection of the application of different arts. Artists back then are architects, they are graphic designers, but they were wearing multiple hats. They are the artistic designers for the stage plays. So the Vismin brothers, so the early constructivist work is about the conquering the sun. So think about the design for the stage opera. Their communication across each other is also promoting the intersection of the avant-garde art development and movement in Russia. Next page. Think about the design for the stage called the Victory Over the Sun. This is sketches done by Malevich, but also there are ones done by Wittmann, and also the composers and the painters are doing the co-design of this stage play. So this has become a very leading representative case in point for the combining of art and design. So think about the Victory Over the Sun and then the costume designed by Malevich. Next page, please. So this is like the modern stage. They can give you a new demo of that. Next page. So the intersection of all different kinds of arts, for example, they are reflected in the great Sergei Einstein. So this is the founding father of a montage in the film making. So think about the great work done by him on one of the 12 different film, number one film of the most important 12 films, and he get some contact with Milan Feng, and also he had a lot of connections with a lot of architects. So you find that he had a movie called The Old and New. And then in this movie, and he actually asked Barov to design some of the scenarios and the film scenes for the modern setting. And then he invited Le Corbusier to watch the movie together when Corbusier was staying in Moscow. And after going back to his own country in 1928, and Corbusier had designed actually the villa. So if you have seen the movie, you understand the Le Corbusier. So actually, for example, the Savoy residential was so influential, mesmerizing all the architects in the world. So where the inspiration comes from, the ideas suddenly become all clear. So the montage and architecture, next page. And the days that shocked the world, October, next one. And the battleship as well. all the different intersections of different genres of art, Lissitzky's photography combined with painting, and also with graphic design, and also it's a photographic product, and also it's trying to use the graphics and images as well as construction, composition and montage, and also graphical design. So this is a contribution from Lissitzky. So I think, unfortunately, Russia came from a very agricultural basis, so very poor. And but then people had a lot of wonderful and rosy expectations of the future life. It was a time when there was a lot of modern machinery and modern technology. So people were thinking about maybe they can make a huge difference on that note. So from the government and from the people perspective, actually they got a lot of respect. So think about this started from scratch, from nothing. This per se is promoting the 20th century art movement and development in Russia. So this is done by Shuhov. The Shuhov Tower, the radio tower. Next page. Next page. So think about the Shuhov. They have designed the radio tower, and then it is set in sharp contrast compared with the cathedral. So it's so much taller than the cathedral. So this is representing the modern ideas overshadowing the cathedral, and it means that modern thinking has a major impact and carries a lot of weight for the USSR. Let's talk about the VKhUTEMAS and the Bauhaus. What about the impact? So there are a lot of different impacts. So first of all, think about the spatial formation composition from VKhUTEMAS, and the multiple colorful art creation theory has made a very important mark on the Bauhaus. Let me give you some data. So VKhUTEMAS from 1920 to 1932, and also the from 1919 to 1931. That's Bauhaus's year. So they are alive for about during that time window of 12 different years. So think about actually there are only a dozen graduates actually are graduating from the Bauhaus. They call it master. And also, but by comparison, you'll find that the VKhUTEMAS graduated about 2,000 different students. So think about during the 12th year, they have 200 tenured professors. So that's a different scale. So think about actually because of VKhUTEMAS is funded by the nation. And then by comparison, so I think it's kind of their personal school set up by group years. So you find that in terms of their teaching, one is done by a person, the other is sponsored by the nation. So it's a different of scale.
So they're not comparable. And so although we can see right now a lot of Bauhaus works were publicized, including their theories, but you can see the influence from VKhUTEMAS was neglected. This is also rather regretful. And so you can see this is really unfortunate. Next page, please. Next page. Next page, please. And you can see that in 1927, Bauhaus students were invited to Moscow to take part in the first World Architectural Exhibition. And the exhibition, they exhibited the Bauhaus works. And so VKhUTEMAS students also have showcased their students' works, including the architectural design. And in September in 1927, and Bauhaus students went to Moscow and stayed for 2 months. In 1928, VKhUTEMAS, over 20 students, they went to Bauhaus, stayed for 2 months, and this kind of mutual exchange exhibitions were very important. And so they saw each other's students' works and achievements of the schools. So these are the exhibitions. Next page, please. And so the exchange in thoughts, including mainly Kandinsky. Kandinsky used to be a lawyer, and the faculty always talking that he really had his unique characters, and he had his own architectural school of thought, but compared with the traditional, conventional, modern architectural education, art education, he was really different. So his experience in Germany, he stayed in Germany for a long time. In 1923, Brovsky invited him over to VKhUTEMAS and Bauhaus, and so he finished his calling in Bauhaus. Another figure is Mahola Naji, and Naji was a socialist and a communist. He quite recognized social experiment and practice of USSR. He also recognized his relationship with artists in USSR, and he himself was Hungarian, and so he conducted a lot of exchanges between the two schools, including the exchanges with like Lichinsky, etc. Next page, please. And Dutch Van Doesburg. So you can see the Stilgy was also influenced by like constructivism, and so he also played a very important role for the USSR constructivism formation. So this also reflected the exchanges between the two schools. Next page, please. Lichinsky is also a very important figure, and so he had his journal in Germany and spreading his thoughts, and also he also brought back the art and craftsmanship thoughts from Germany to VKhUTEMAS. Next page, please. In theory, we found Ginsberg, the style and epoch, and Corbusier to architecture. These two books had great influence. Next page, please. So likewise, they celebrated machine era, including like vessels, planes, etc. Next page, please. They are referred to Italian Duas factories design, like Fiat auto factory design. And so VKhUTEMAS, and Bauhaus, you can see actually they are not just about the teaching method. Actually, they are reconstructing and synthesizing a complex occupational language. And actually, you can see they are really important both for the 20th century, and their exchanges has also laid foundation for the exchanges of thoughts for humanity, and also a great influence in the 20th century. And also, even their influence on 21st century is very visible. And so for VKhUTEMAS, for Bauhaus, these were very important schools. Next page, please. Next page. Next page. Next page. Next page, please. So my research now is about the 30s, 40s in the 20th century, and avant-garde art and architecture in VKhUTEMAS. And so maybe next month, my book about that will be published. And so it is around 500,000 words. And so actually, my book introducing the history of avant-garde art in USSR is also going to be published soon. And so it has two parts. The first part and the second part. I also had a book which is titled Corbusier and USSR. So actually, these are the books I have written. And so now he is talking about the name in Russian. This is a memoir about an architect, and also about exchanges between USSR and a Western country, especially the exchanges by Corbusier, his influence in the world. And so the book is going to be over 1,200 pages, and soon it is going to be published. And today it hasn't been very smooth, sorry for that. So sorry for your time. And thank you. Thank you, Professor Han Linfei. And Professor Han Linfei, his presentation has put VKhUTEMAS in a complex context of social, political factors. And so this is really special. And because of time difference, a very important speaker, Professor Anna Bokov, is already here. And so now let's invite Professor Bokov to make her presentation. Hello, Anna, are you there? Hello, Anna, are you there? What?
We can hear. So, so I'm going to introduce you. 我介绍一下
So let me first introduce Professor Anna Bokov, and she is PhD architect, architecture historian, faculty, the Cooper Union and Parsons co-curator, VKhUTEMAS Laboratory of Avant-Garde, 1920 to 1930, and she also has been teaching in EHC Zurich and also in Cornell, Yale, Harvard. She also has taught in all these famous universities, and she has won a Mellon Fellowship and a lot of very important research grants. And so also she had very famous awarded books. And for example, VKhUTEMAS Laboratory of the Avant-Garde, 1920 to 1930, and has already become a very important reference for scholars who study VKhUTEMAS. And today, Anna is going to talk about this title. And Anna, would you please share your screen first?
Sorry, I just turned on the translation. So I think I understood nothing what you said, but I know everything you said. So I think it's absolutely fine. So thank you so much. So should I try to share my screen? Great.
Yeah, please share your screen.
Okay, let me do that. Let me see if I can do that. I'd like to do the portion of the screen if I can. So let me see if there is that option. And give me 1 second. Oh yeah, fantastic. So portion of the screen. And it's going to be share. So 1 second.
我们看到了，但并不是很完整。
Yeah, we can see the screen, but the screen is not full.
Yeah, I know. Just, it's going to be a few seconds. Just give me a few seconds. Because. All right, wonderful. So I can navigate. Okay.
可以了。
Yeah, it's okay now.
Thank you so much. Well, first of all, I'd like to thank for China Design Museum for the invitation. I'd like to thank Sean and Galina for helping to organize this. And I want to say that I'm absolutely thrilled to see many friends in the audience and colleagues. So Alexander Lavrentiev, I see Luca Lanini, and a number of others. So it's, and of course Han Linfei. So it's a huge pleasure. So I'm very happy to join you. So I have 20 minutes, right, to speak. And I'll do my best to stick to the time.
对，你有20到25分钟。
Yeah, you have 20 to 25 minutes.
Fantastic, great. So if it's okay with you, I'd like to start with just mentioning the book that I've published in 2020 to commemorate the centennial of VKhUTEMAS. And I was very fortunate to have the book receive a number of great awards, including the German Architecture Museum and the Most Beautiful German Books Awards of the Year. The book was published in Switzerland, so that's that part of the world. And it was great to have amazing designers working with me. I was also incredibly fortunate to have several of my mentors write forwards and endorsements for the book, including Alexander Lavrentiev, who is here in the audience with us. One of the biggest challenges, as you all know, or perhaps maybe one of the biggest opportunities was to create a kind of visual narrative as much as the textual one for describing what happened at that unique school. So when the school was shut down in 1930, its massive visual archives were largely sequestered. So on a certain level, any book on the subject becomes a project of reconstructing the missing archive. And I want, of course, to thank and to express my deepest gratitude to Alexander Nikolaevich Lavrentiev, who had been an incredible, mentor in, and of course, his archive has been an incredible resource of reconstructing what happened at VKhUTEMAS. So while many images of student work, not to mention the kind of faculty work, were well known at the time, after 1930s, there is little sense of that work being affiliated with the school. And that is something what my scholarship was trying to uncover. So what is the relationship between Alexander Rodchenko and VKhUTEMAS, right? It's very, very direct. And you've heard a lot, I imagine, today about this, and you also know a lot about this. By the way, I want to say that the images that I've seen of the show are extraordinary, and what you were able to do in the China Design Museum in terms of just reconstructions and the amount of research I imagine went into the exhibition is really, really impressive. So congratulations on that. And so just one of the, of course, the main projects for me, the interesting quests that I went on was focusing on the pedagogy itself, right? What is being taught, how it's being taught, and in particular, the role of two people, Rodchenko and Ladovsky, in that endeavor. And so what I've done is really tried to kind of reconstruct and share as much as possible the methods themselves, the assignments themselves. So the book is partly actually, or my work is partly not just a description of the school, but is also perhaps something that can be used as a textbook on a certain level. So it's not just a history book, but it's also a design book, as you can see. So the focus was, as I said, on the course graphic construction and on the course space, which are in fact two very small parts of VKhUTEMAS, as you also probably know. So threading through the book are the series of illustrations of the space course, which is, in my opinion, and has enormous historical significance, as I would argue the first pedagogy to teach modern architecture on the mass scale, when the field of modern architecture was still at its nascent stages. So I'd like to talk a little bit about those exercises and what the people who developed them were looking for in those, and continue through the book are the various sort of examples of that, both abstract and applied ones, such as this leech production tower, which I will come back to in just a moment. And the sequence of images underscores another line of investigation, something that's actually had been very much a discussion in, let's say, in the academic circles in the US recently, the discussion about the model and the role of architecture model as a new kind of phenomena. So how the model is used, not just as a historically, which it's used as a representational tool, but also used as a kind of exploratory design tool. And I think VKhUTEMAS, and particularly the course space, really pioneered that way of using model. And then, of course, the model becomes drawn, right? So there's something that also is introduced from the kind of pedagogical perspective at VKhUTEMAS. So it's not, the work is not conceived in this 2D way, so plan and section, the way it was done in the traditional academic, let's say, Beaux-Arts setting, but really the work is conceived in space, in 3 dimensions. It's conceived in a kind of very almost physical, visceral way. And then it is brought down to become something that could be drawn and measured also. Also in the book is something what I'm quite proud of is I was able to reprint and translate a number of key texts of VKhUTEMAS. Again, those are, I'm sure, known to you, But at that moment, I think I was, when I first started looking at those texts in the Beinecke Library at Yale, in fact, they were not yet a part of the kind of, let's say, internet at the moment. And so, in fact, the copies that we have floating around the internet are the ones that I originally scanned at the Beinecke Library. So you can even see the Yale stamp on the one in Wikipedia. So the book and the way I thought about this material is organized in four parts, and then furthermore, those are subdivided into four, let's say, subchapters. So it's a very kind of strong structure. And what it allowed me to do is talk about four major parts. So talking about the school itself, talking about the school as a laboratory, and talking about the pedagogy as a kind of core mode of operating within the school, and then talking about praxis, which is really about what came out of this pedagogy. So what were the projects that are a bit more closer to, to life, let's say, right? So architecture and industrial design. And maybe I'm not going to go through that, but if those of you who know the book know that it has this four chapters, and then the further subdivided into various ways in which this material is made available and kind of reconstructed in a way that addresses all of the different aspects. So both, this idea of scales from the chair to the city, the idea of the universal objects, the idea of assembly. So in other words, projects for mass society, and finally projects that are re-envisioning the new, I would say, the new socialist city at that moment. And finally, there is an epilogue that discusses the reasons, which are quite mysterious still, right? In a way, why VKhUTEMAS was, or is still perhaps, right, but maybe less and less so, is so little known, given how much it was important, given its, I think, seminal role at the time. So, and it's featured, the school is featured in some of the most important publications of its time. And this is just a very small selection from ABC, that of course is co-edited by Lisitsky, Emil Roth, Mart Stem, and is published in Basel, to one of the most seminal books of its time, The Modern Functional Building by Adolf Benny. Of course, some of the biggest events that put the school on the global stage was the International Exhibition of Decorative Arts held in Paris in 1925, where VKhUTEMAS projects were published in the catalog designed by Alexander Rodchenko. And dozens of student projects were featured in a Lisitsky book, Russia, the Reconstruction of Architecture in the Soviet Union. So, which is quite interesting because the projects here are published in along kind of other works by professionals, and that whole sort of equation of student work to professional work is something that really colors the VKhUTEMAS decade. And we'll talk about why, right, hopefully. So Lisitsky also designed the most comprehensive booklet in 1927, which I already showed. And one of the things then that I continually kind of look back at is the relationship between VKhUTEMAS, which is the diagram that I made quite a while ago when I first started looking at the school, describing or trying to approximate the structure of the curriculum at the VKhUTEMAS to the very famous diagram designed or presented by Walter Gropius in 1922 for the Bauhaus curriculum. And sort of looking at if we were to compare those two institutions roughly at the same time, right, of their existence, what would the VKhUTEMAS structure look like if Gropius were to draw it, right? So this is not an original historic, meaning the one, right, this one here. This is something what is done, quite recently. So one of the biggest differences in this diagram is, among many similarities, is of course the so-called diploma project, which in Gropius's diagram is is building. And here in VKhUTEMAS, we have actually a diploma project. There's also, of course, the difference, which is the presence of architecture, right, which is a department at VKhUTEMAS, and is something that emerges as a result of all this other trades at the Bauhaus. And another, just quickly, point that I wanted to make is the presence, of course, of the preliminary curriculum, which is something that both schools share, although they're quite different curricula. And I'm not going to go into the comparison because I simply don't have time, but that's something what is described in quite a detail in my book. And one of the interesting things, of course, is that space is part of the kind of interdisciplinary quartet of courses. So at the Bauhaus, and I'll quote here Gropius, the ultimate aim of all visual arts is the complete building, right? So in other words, originally envisioned by Gropius as this ultimate aim and rising in the form of crystal symbol of new faith, that's this woodcut by Lionel Feininger, the act of building was manifest in several specific structures throughout the Bauhaus, both imaginary and built. So we have, of course, the Sommerfeld House, which was conceived and realized collaboratively by teachers and students. We have Haus am Horn. We ultimately have the pinnacle of functionalist architecture, the new Bauhaus building in Dessau, designed by Gropius. However, the actual architecture program, which is a very well-known fact, and forgive me if I'm repeating something what's been said, remained in the realm of ultimate aim, right? So rather than reality. And until 1927, there was no architecture department. And in 1927, with the arrival of the new Bauhaus director, Hannes Meyer, we finally have architecture at the Bauhaus. At VKhUTEMAS, of course, architecture department, as I mentioned, exists from the very start. And by 1927, the same time that the one at the Bauhaus are just establishing it, here we have already a kind of a great overview of the work, a great collection of the works published by the school, by VKhUTEMAS in this booklet. So in my view, the most significant achievement of the architecture department was the foundational program, the core course called Space, which is shown here at the exhibition of the works in or around 1922. And the program of the Space course included a sequence of exercises on form and structure, on mass and weight, on vertical and horizontal rhythm, on mass and balance, on structure. And as I mentioned, the student work from this foundational course, from this primary course, was produced, which was produced by first-year students effectively, right? Again, if they were older, that's a different story, but still they were first year. That was so innovative for its time that it was featured in one of this major publication. This is again the modern functional architecture that we already saw, along the work of such seasoned masters as the Vesnin brothers, right here. So who were the people behind this, right? Of course, we know those people already. So there's Nikolai Ladovsky at the center and Krinsky in the back, and a group of their rationalist colleagues around also early 1920s. And one of the things that I'm doing in my scholarship is, or did in my scholarship, was figure out how this course was structured. So there's actually two phases of the course that one could note, and those two phases is when the course was within the architecture department and when it becomes mandatory for all the students at the school. And so this is actually detailed at my book in this way. And I'm going to skip through some things. I'm going to go back or forward rather to the first assignment on form. So in October 1920, so this is 102 years ago, Ladovsky announced his first assignment for a foundational course called Space. Nearly 5 decades later, in 1969, his colleague Vladimir Krinsky remembers that moment as being highly charged. He writes, and I quote, "All other studios confirmed their usual type of assignments in line with a long-standing academic tradition, and everyone was very intrigued what kind of problems would be provided by us, the left ones, as you call it. In a completely silent room, Ladovsky read this assignment that I have here on the screen. So this is, I think, a really seminal moment, because for the first time, it's not, there is an articulation of what would it take to produce, to design a modern architectural form. And it is articulated in this text, or it's articulated verbally, which makes it, again, quite unique. And Ladovsky asked the students to articulate the architectural geometric form, which is what this is. Again, the translation and this assignment is detailed in my book, of a box-like rectangular prism that had a certain kind of size and proportion, in this case, square in plan and 1.5 squares in elevation. So the reason, I just want you to imagine for 1 second what's happening, what is he asking his students to do, but also I think I want to sort of just for the moment dive into this exercise, because it offers, in my opinion, a key kind of a roadmap for everything else that happens afterwards, right? So it's just sort of this one moment in October in 1920 where everything, I think, changes in terms of how we teach architecture. And it's very exciting for me. So he actually articulates these ideas in, I think, kind of a widely known today article that he publishes together with El Lisitsky on the foundations of the theory of architecture. And so one of the things that they're sort of looking at here is what Ladovsky calls architectural rationality, which is one of the key principles of his new theory that initially is referred to by many of his colleagues as formalism, and later, of course, is renamed, or very soon renamed by him, as rationalism, not to be confused with Italian rationalism, which is a very different topic that I, at some point, look forward to discussing with my Italian colleagues, what and why, what's the sort of, I guess, meaning of the fact that both of those different movements, but perhaps maybe not so different, use the same term. And of course, rationalism is the term that is born out of Enlightenment in Europe. So the foundation of this theory, along with the exercises, were outlined in this journal. And I think it's interesting that they're featured at the same time as this widely known project by Lisitsky that he did together with Emil Roth and Mart Stam, and who are all members of the Association of New Architects that Ladovsky founded of Osnova. So in 1920, modern architecture, as Lisitsky pointed out, was still in its nascent stage. So teaching it, right, must have presented an unsurmountable challenge. And the question that I wanted to focus on is, how does one teach something that has no direct precedent, right? So how do you, through the process of teaching, create something entirely new? And that is, I think, the most important achievement of VKhUTEMAS, right, on the whole, and of Ladovsky in particular. How do you teach this new something without resorting to the known past, in this case to the classical order, right? And some of the projects that come out, in fact, do have, probably they're done by people who already have academic training or classical training, so they're struggling with this assignment. But the challenge of educating the masses while simultaneously coming up with a new way of thinking about the discipline required a coherent, well-designed program. Right? So what is that program and how did they come up with it? And I have to say that the number of assignments, number of sort of ways in which the same problem was addressed by the group of Ladovsky's colleagues is striking. And I only was able to collect a few, but there are actually so many more. And I think this is really an exciting project for generations to come, to uncover and develop this connection between what we see, the exercises that we see, the projects that we see, and the prompts, the sort of assignments, the kind of calls for how does one make something, and what direction do you think in at that moment in time? And so in the decade that followed, Ladovsky and his colleagues succeeded in inventing the pedagogy that, to quote one of the major educators of the 20th century, Abraham Flexner, endeavored to advance the frontiers of knowledge. So the course space was the only discipline that was sustained through the decade, meaning that all the other disciplines as part of that circle that I showed, the color, the volume, and graphics, underwent huge changes. And some of them, unfortunately, were, let's say, canceled. And this one actually developed into a full-fledged pedagogy for hundreds of students at VKhUTEMAS. And just to give you a quick numbers, and again, this is nothing probably for your institutions, but in 1924, the core division at VKhUTEMAS, so this place, the basic division, right, where these courses were taught, counted 436 students, all of whom had to take the course. And given that curriculum had 5 exercises just during the semester, that's about 2,180 models at least produced during the one semester. So that's quite a lot. And just for comparison, right, at the Bauhaus, we have roughly about 120 to under 200 students, or about 200 students. So it's all overall in the whole school. So it's 10 to even 20 times difference with the VKhUTEMAS, which has about overall, up to 2,000 students who are matriculating, of course, not graduating, but matriculating. And what that means is that there is a body of work that is produced that could really serve as a, as itself already a precedent. And so that's what happens. They're really building on the work that the students are producing. So from 1922, that photograph that I showed that is exhibiting the Leach Towers, to this moment already about 5 years later in the decade. And of course, another shots of the classroom that you also might have seen. But just thinking for a second, right? So what kind of forms are being produced in this foundational curriculum? It really challenged the canons of academic tradition by replacing it with an open-ended inquiry, right? So we have, right, and this is this model here, really a truly new kind of spatial form. This top-down academic instruction that's traditionally practiced was recast into what I would argue is a new dynamic educational model, which was explorative in nature and built around a continuous feedback between assignments and solutions, and was based on an active dialogue between students and teachers, right? So this is another very important characteristic of education, that students, and we talked about this a little bit with the fact that their work is being essentially displayed alongside their already, the kind of seasoned professionals. This dialogue at this moment is very important. The dialogue between very young generation and the generation just before them. And then the resultant abstract studies were then articulated into architectural designs, which would have program and would have site and would be, all of this would be presented within the school's more advanced studios, although this is actually quite an early project. And given the size and enrollment at VKhUTEMAS and its ambitious pedagogical agenda, its faculty, of course, were challenged to not only come up with standardized methods of instruction, but also with objective ways of thinking about spatial form, aiming to formulate something that can be thought of as a universal architectural science, or what they called rationalist architecture. And in fact, rationalization of everything at that historical period, from manual labor practices, which was subject to the so-called scientific organization of labor with motion studies, etc., to industrial production and construction technologies, permeated the 1920s. And architecture is no exception. Architects turned to applied psychology, which by that moment developed a rather sophisticated human sensations. And here I'm showing Hugo Münsterberg's laboratory at Harvard, in the turn of the century, last century, that measured attention, memory, sight, and of course, perception. In 1927, Ladovsky and his colleague established psychotechnical laboratory at VKhUTEMAS. And the instruments they developed at the VKhUTEMAS laboratory measured the aptitude for various kinds of spatial assessment, which was deemed essential to training future architects. So here I might show you just very briefly some of the drawings also that I've been doing with students of mine from the Cooper Union, and we're actually planning a much smaller, but still a rather interesting show this October at the Cooper Union. So, and I can maybe make another quick announcement for that, where we reconstructed all of this projects. And I don't know if I have a moment, but maybe I can show you. Yeah, actually, this might work. So there's actually 5 instruments that were constructed in Ladovsky's laboratory. And this one is called angle eye meter, which of course measures one's ability to accurately, state what angle is presented in front of them, where the person who is administrator of the test would know from the back, right, what it is exactly. So it's the idea being that it was deemed essential for architects to have really good ability to measure things kind of visually, perceptually. The other instruments involved plane eye meter, and you can see the archival photo on the left and the drawing reconstruction on the right. And the results of tests would be entered into the so-called talent chart that would allow to record the data received and to track the progress of the students here. Another devices are volume eye meter, designed to study volume in relation to the geometry of the vessel. And finally, the space eye meter, which is really kind of a unique machine that they came up with, a device for assessing spatial depth relative to an incline. And it was intended to test one's ability to translate visual depth perception into measurable units. And this is something that's, again, has some perhaps precedence in the psychological laboratories that I've showed you, but it's actually quite unique for Ladovsky. So, and I believe Han mentioned it, although I didn't hear the translation, but I heard the name Le Corbusier. So of course he did work in Russia at the time and decided to take the test and allegedly failed. Unfortunately, the instruments were meant to not only test spatial perception, but also to train it, right? So the idea is it wasn't just a test, but it was actually a machine to help you become better at something. So throughout the decades, various projects by VKhUTEMAS students explored the theme, as I said, of mass assembly, from buildings with primarily administrative functions, such as the palaces of labor, to the House of Industry and Trade, to the House of Congresses, and also, of course, those with cultural and educational purpose, such as the workers' clubs. So this is also something what we've been working on with my students at the Cooper Union, where we've, for this exhibition, we've reconstructed 10 of the projects from VKhUTEMAS, from this wonderful early workers' club by Ivan Lamtsov. And here I just also want to say that I want to thank the Museum of Architecture and its former director, Larissa Ivanova-Wayan, who really done a tremendous amount of work in preserving this legacy in kind of, not just preserving it, but in really collecting and assembling the VKhUTEMAS archives. And, a lot of the images come from, and thanks to their hard work over the decades. One of the interesting things about the projects, and this is something what I talk about a lot, is the idea that the work is always conceived on at least 2 scales, right? The urban scale, where this club is at the center, and in fact is the center of a new district, and of course on the architectural scale, right? The most famous, and I think I'm getting close to my time, but maybe I have a couple more minutes. The most famous project that you all know, of course, is Lenin's Institute. But what is interesting, right, it's widely published in this magazine, The Contemporary Architecture, And in fact, there is, it is mentioning that it's VKhUTEMAS, but somehow in the subsequent scholarship, there is little connection between the pedagogy, again, of the school and the works by its absolutely genius students. The first project by a woman to be published in the architecture press, arguably, is the work of Lydia Komarova. And I think she is, well, and actually thanks to Italian colleagues, her book was published in Italian. She actually did a wonderful, wonderful book on VKhUTEMAS, and it's published in Italian. So she really, I think, was very aware of her role, and she also happened to live to be, here's her. She was fortunate to live almost, I guess, well, actually 100 years. So I want to sort of finish with her here, and also show you very quickly. So this is her diploma work, right? And this is her exercise as she was the first year student in Ladowski Studio. And I think this connection between what happens in this foundational course and then what happens and how those projects become real visions for the new society is an incredibly interesting arc, and something that I think I'm and all of us are fascinated with, like how does this translation happens? So maybe I end here. Is that the Zoe, is that the kind of message, or do I have a few more minutes?
Thank you, Anna. It was great. Thank you.
Hello.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Your book is now
Thank you, Anna.
widely quoted.
Thank you, Anna, for your wonderful presentation and her research for the international academic world. She has provided a lot of very rich raw materials, including the original manuscript, etc., and archives. And through her presentation, we have a deeper understanding about her book. And now, in the interest of time, so the following scholars, everybody will just have 10 minutes. And the following scholars are all emerging researchers of VKhUTEMAS. So this seminar, this conference attach importance to the emerging researchers. We hope that for the research in this field, they can inject some new vitality. Next speaker is Jiao Zhanyu. He is associate professor of Sichuan Yili University of China. A research field is design history and theory, cross-cultural art history, research, and teaching. And his topic is oriented lines, squares, or the receptive field, neuroaesthetics of Kazimir Malovich's works. So, Professor Jiao Zhanyu, are you there? Professor Jiao Zhanyu.
I already shared my slides. Can you see it? But you have to speak louder. Okay. Well, thank you very much, China Design Museum, for having me. Thank you for putting up this platform. Well, today I'd be very pleased to hear a lot of wonderful presentations from other speakers, especially just now following the presentation by Anna. I think I have to say that I got inspired by you as well. So, and also Professor Han and Professor Yang each give us a very thorough presentation. So actually I have learned a lot from you. I believe that I'm going to shorten my speech, preferably within about 10 minutes. So today I'm going to talk about the oriented line squares and a receptive field, the neural aesthetics of Kazimir Malevich's work. That's my approach or the perspectives. I think we are going to talk about two different parts. The first one is about Malevich's principles of artistic culture. The second one is the neural aesthetics of Malevich's work. First of all, so you find that from VKhUTEMAS from the 1920s and the 1930s. First of all, I think that it's kind of a constructivism. At the same time, just now the speakers also have mentioned that. So you find that Ladovsky's rationalism. So this is also very important. So you and at the same time, this is a combination of a lot of things. So the creativity in all fields of human activity resulted from the three-part process: intuition, reason, and craftsmanship. So hereby, I would like to look at, for example, Ladovsky and also other different founding fathers of great views. So we'll find that actually, for example, you'll find that in the different projects, they have been talking about back then, there were a lot of different art and technical workshops in schools. So back then, there were some publications as well. So think about it as actually the founding father of the technical ideas from the art perspective. This has made a lot of contribution to our development, but I think there are three different things that it takes time. So these are the intuition, reason, and craftsmanship. So we should be thinking about and how exactly we are going to try the best we can do to make sure that we can try to understand how the art is moving through history. So as a result of that, we hope that actually we try to understand what about the theoretical foundations of each of the founding father. And also under such a context in the back then social and cultural context, this is a very important. So at the same time, so in the publication of the famous work done by a lot of professors of VKhUTEMAS, they hold some basic views. So you find that actually there are the principles of new art, which is a new publication by Markov. So I think it's from 1907. It's between 1909 and in the years that following that. So, and also there are important principles including as well. And also there are constructivism, which are finding its roots in this one. And also there are other different schools of thoughts as well. Markovsky, from our perspective, and also in the process of the early 19th century, they were thinking about actually there was a new view. The view goes as follows. So the actually art, philosophy, and the combination and correlation between the two. At the same time, we should be thinking about how can we understand, how can we fuse Oriental culture with the Western culture, and also actually, so in the later school of thoughts, we'll find that between the year 1912, actually in Markov's new articles about the principles of new art, he was talking about the three different stages of creation. He expressed it as the three different expressions of the me. So he thinks that it's based on the intuition, consciousness, external manifestation of the results of intuition, and the consciousness. And then in the year 1914, so actually, Markov is trying to build on his original ideas and trying to publish a small booklet. This is very helpful for helping us to understand so what's going on and what he was trying to express in his principles of the new art. So actually, you find that actually, for example, we should be thinking about and how we are trying the best we can do to understand a synthesis of the creation and cognition lay at the very foundation of the avant-garde art movement in Russia. So, and Markov have mentioned the importance of the principles of the new art. And also you understand that, so they have mentioned a lot of things about intuition, consciousness, external manifestation of the results of the intuition and the consciousness. So on this laid the foundation for the constructivism. So I believe that the view of Markov, it's very, very helpful for us as well. So I think this is gonna help us to understand the relationship between his ideas and his era as well. From our perspective, we should think on how can we do it. And then, based on Markov's idea, which is leaving a very important impact on the Malevich, so we believe that the view held by the Markov may be having some impact on Malevich as well. So that's why you find that that's why so the Malevich was also trying to practice free creativity when they try to understand that the art is a way of freely expressing what's your inner feeling about the world so that it's a more powerful creation. And then this is a laying a solid foundation for the beginning and the start of the avant-garde art. So we should think that because I think a lot of the dots are being connected. So in 1918, so there is like the ICO, which is setting up the International Affairs Department and founded the International Magazine, which is called the International Art, International as Kustava. And then this is trying to come up with some new terms. This is contributing to the study of contemporary art theory study. So this is talking about we are trying to be universally accessible art culture and use that name to make sure that all the bodies are the progressive fighters for art in the name of the new university universal artistic culture. And the Affairs Department also have already taken the proposal from Malevich and organized an international meeting, of which they are trying to reconsider the formal principles and methods of science and art. So think about Markov, as well as actually the principles of artistic culture is laying the solid foundation for the development of Malevich and his later ideas. So we believe that actually the artistic culture has been viewed as the result of a creative creation and innovation. It's quite creative, innovative, technical, professional, objective, and scientific as well. It includes different elements. Say it's reflected in the materials, color, space, time, and form as a result of the interaction of materials, color, space, and techniques as well. So these are also very, very important for us. So think about we are trying the best we can do to think about how there is the interplay of them. And so think about a Markov. It's very important in trying to escalate to our attention the important interplay of that. So think about the constructivism. So most of the time, it is having its roots in the earlier school of thoughts. So Markov's ideas, which is very, very important for for example, the later formation of other different schools of thoughts. I believe that so Markov has becoming the first person to do something which is servicing as basis and building block for some other different ideas to come from. So back then, there was some development of principle of artistic culture. The concept that artistic culture is an objective criteria of artistic value. The concept of artistic culture contains a creative element, since artistic culture is nothing other than the culture of artistic inventions. And also, by sustained artistic labor, contemporary art schools have been able to review many elements of artistic activity and thereby to establish the objective criteria of artistic value as a professional value. This is a quote from the creation of the Museum of the Painterly Culture. So you find that actually these are very, very important things. At the same time, there are three different principles of the art, as I have elaborated before. And also, so think about the artistic culture and these principles. We believe that actually, so think about the Art Research Institute called the INACOF, so established by Kontinsky in 1920. So there are a lot of research themes about science and art research, and this includes a lot of King-Cook research. So artistic culture, this concept as the fundamental bedrock of art education is a very important reason why later on there is like a SVOMAS, SVOMAS, and the VKhUTEMAS and the universe. So this provide a very solid theoretical foundation for that. And also Lodochenko had developed his school of thought and based on the different artistic cultural principles. So we believe that the new artistic culture principles have also decided on had also seen the establishment of the National Museum and also accounted for and explained why there was the establishment of the different art museums back then in St. Petersburg. And also they were maintained and managed by Kandinsky, Rodchenko, and Malevsky. So let's think about the working methodology from the theory of the department, artistic culture. So they set up a different structure. It's very necessary to set up the department of a theoretical office. So you find that actually this is a part of the art and the culture museum. From our perspective, I think it has been reflected in areas like the art and the cultural principles. So they have set up a very important structure. So this is as follows. They have the theoretical office, research of the means of artistic development, and the research of the systems in art, impression, Sassonism, Cubism, Futurism, Suprematism. And they have different libraries. So think about in art and in creation and in design. These are very, very important practices for us. So that's why we should be thinking about what about the art principles? How should we think about it? So think about the cultural artistic principles, very, very important. So this has already given birth to a lot of different schools of thoughts. So they are laid a solid foundation for a lot of other different research institutes studying the art principles as well. And also for example, for the VKhUTEMAS, this is also very important. This is the early formation of that. And also, this is also have a major impact on the later design of some artists and designers. So from our perspective, we should work together to make sure that on the basis of the artistic culture of the principles of art, we can do a lot of design that follows that. So now let's try to think about the logical positivism and the Bauhaus. So the off-bound concept and analysis. So when we think about doing the form making, like the compositional form making, we should think about we need to have a manifest building up from the simple elements to all the higher forms that would, by virtue of the systematic constructional program itself, guarantee the exclusion of the decorative, mythetical, and the metaphysical. So there was a political dimension to this form of construction. By basing it on the simple, accessible units, they hope to varnish incorporation of nationalist and historical features from that. So that's based on the logical positivism and architectural modernism as well. So think about a lot of this is a sample of the recruitment brochure for people coming to Bauhaus. So this includes like the science and life and the function and content of science and logical structure of the world and the four-dimensional world of modern physics and the misuse of language and other things as well. So we should think about and how can we try to drive some psychological core with everyone so that we can try to find its relevance. So today I'm going to talk about the Malevsky's work and from the perspective of a neuroaesthetics. And so think about the Samuel Caesar. So Malevich is a very important founding father of his school of thought. So actually in the Samuel Saki's inner vision in this book, he mentioned that I hope that the pages of this book will constitute a modest contribution and a small step in laying the foundations of neurology, of aesthetics and neuroaesthetics, and thus for understanding of the biological basis of the aesthetical experience. And he believes that all designers are neuroscientists. It's possible to construct a design research system of neuroscience and cognitive science.
And so this kind of aesthetics is called a neuroaesthetics. And so you can see neuroaesthetics is this kind of aesthetics. That is actually, it is a kind of a combination of neurology and aesthetics. And so fundamentally speaking, we think that it is an understanding of the biological basis of the aesthetic experience. And so there is a saying, all designers are neuroscientists, and it is possible to construct a design research system of neuroscience and cognitive science. And so actually, from this perspective, we can also make an analysis about Malevich work, and also we can also use this kind of method to analyze the works of a lot of other artists. And so this is a way of thinking. And when you talk about neural aesthetics, you can see the theory goes like that you have to consider these two concepts. One is situational constancy. And this means a given situation that has features that are common to many other situations of the same kind, enabling the brain to categorize it immediately as being representative of all. And also, another concept is implicit constancy. And so you can, for example, even when some visual elements is not complete, based on some elements, you can recall and exercise your imagination. And for Malevich, we think that it also involved the art of receptive field. So actually, the theory is in exploring art, and most especially modern art with its accent on simplification. We find a significant similarity between what the art has produced, or at least emphasized, and the characteristics of the receptive field of single cells in the different areas of the visual brain. And you can see Malevich's work on the left, the black square. And actually, if you look at the elements in the work, you can exercise your imagination and try to fill in the blank in your brain. And so you can see the black square. The work by Malevich is a very interesting work. And you can see that actually, if you look at the neuroscience or neuroaesthetic concept or the art of receptive field, you can see actually in our brain, there are different visual fields. And so you can see, sorry, your time is up. Your time is up, sorry. So actually, we want to use some neuroscience method for Malevich and supremacist works. We can do some examination from this perspective by using neuroscience, including some modern artworks. You can see, actually, it is a very interesting perspective, I want to say. Thank you for your attention. Thank you. Thank you, Professor Zhao. Now, next speaker, please. Helena Troshina, and she is a youth scholar from Belarus, and now she is PhD student in visual culture and curatorial studies in China Academy of Art. And also, she is going to interpret for the last set of presentations for the forum, and she is also coordinator and assistant to the curator for the exhibition. And she's going to talk about innovative design of 1960s to 1980s as a legacy of VKhUTEMAS ideas. You can begin now, Helena.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Zoe, for a nice introduction. I'm very thankful to all the professors who today gave such nice speeches, and I would try to be very quick because we're running out of time. So my topic is innovative design of 1960s, 1980s as a legacy of VKhUTEMAS ideas. And at the beginning, I would like to explain a little bit why did I decide to choose this topic. First of all, my main field of research right now in my PhD position is about the design education and how VKhUTEMAS education in the field of design it influenced education as well as in Soviet Union and contemporary Russia, as well as in China and Europe. So this particular today's speech is very short, so I decided just to give a short glimpse and then make it more visual because while we were working together with curatorial team on this project, I understood one simple thing, that we do not usually talk in Russia about how VKhUTEMAS influenced further design, because we think that it is already clear, it's obvious how it influenced the design, how it influenced the designers that were developing their ideas after VKhUTEMAS, right? Especially 1960s, 1980s. So today I'm just like to have a short introduction of how actually visually, right, to show you some examples how it was influenced by VKhUTEMAS ideas. So, and I'm starting shortly with, yep, can you see, right? Good. So I'm starting with the idea, how do I structuralize this short presentation? And I chose to show it a very simple way with the main elements, because actually when we talk about the VKhUTEMAS structure, as today was already mentioned, so I won't talk much about it. Propedeutics, right? It consists of four main majors. And it's color, graphics, volume, and space. But actually, if you see these main majors, how they consist of the teaching programs, it is actually the different mix of main elements of art that teachers, professors were explaining to the students how to use it. So for sure, the system was innovative itself. But the way, right, that's like, it's actually the combination of different main elements of art is was quite logical. The way how VKhUTEMAS started to, how it came to this development, it's a very logical way how the art was developing at this time, because VKhUTEMAS is part of Vanguard on total. That's why like this propedeutics, this basic department was very logical step towards understanding how to teach art, and in this way how to teach already the basic of design, because by teaching this way, by dividing it into basic elements, main elements, and mixing it, for example, like Anna Bokov just explained greatly the idea of Ladovsky, right, how the space was taught, volume was taught in VKhUTEMAS, so I won't stop much. And here's just some example from the latest exhibitions in Moscow. The one is in the top right corner is exactly about the color. So how the color was, sorry, oh yeah, this way is better. So how actually color was taught in VKhUTEMAS, we see, right, it's the course of Popova and Vesnin, and it's actually a mix of the ideas of the color as an element together with the volume and the space. So they are learning how to mix these elements and how to work with the color on the surface, how to work with the color in the volume, 2D, 3D, and the combination of it. So it's actually preparing the specialist to be ready for whatever major he will choose in the future. And as Alexandra Silivanova, it's actually the curator of one of the biggest exhibitions, latest exhibitions in Moscow, VKhUTEMAS 100 years. She said in her speech about her exhibition, she said that to her point of view, and I actually agree with her, the greatest development, the greatest achievement of propedeutic courses that was further really further it was really understood by the next generations is the fact that they were preparing the specialists that can specialize in any other field. So after the propedeutics, you can go to architecture, you can go to the wood design, you can go to textile. You are ready for everything. So it's really the basic that is giving you opportunity to fulfill your career and to in the future even to change your career. And it's actually was very useful because, as we know, after the VKhUTEMAS was cancelled in 1930s, right, and it was the period of formalism, and it was the period when former VKhUTEMAS students, they just tried to forget that they got such an education. They could survive because it was a very hard time, physically, financially hard time, economically, because of this propedeutics course, that it gave them the opportunity to go to some not their own specialities, but something very different from what they actually used to do, but that was helpful. So, and very shortly, so here it is. First of all, I'm starting from the idea of Rodchenko and this transformation and the idea of transforming and combining was very important and very new in VKhUTEMAS. And here we see to the left, it's Rodchenko and his working club that we have in our exhibition. Then we have Galaktionov. It's down, right? Galaktionov was student of Rodchenko, and this is one of his projects. It's actually his student project in 1929 in VKhUTEMAS. Also about the furniture, transforming from furniture. And to the right, we already see it in 1970s. It's Yermolayev and his famous cardboard furniture. So it's made out of cardboard. It was made for the Exceed in 1975. Another example, yes, to the right, you also see this is this same cardboard furniture, but Yermolayev, but it is already contemporary restoration by Moscow Design Museum for their own exhibition, so they made it. And to the left, we see again what was how it influenced, right, from the time of VKhUTEMAS. Here it is the constructed by Ivan Morozov, this constructing table. What we see right now is also a contemporary reconstruction of the existing model. But anyway, it's clear how this idea of transformation, how the idea of combining was used in 1970s, in 1960s, 1980s in Soviet design. And next example I would like to show you, it's also coming from this idea of combining and transformation. It's a very famous example. It's Alexander Sikachev and Irina Luchkova. The example of the furniture 1976. So as you see on the pictures, it was also made only as a model. It never was really massively produced. Most of the examples I'm showing today never were massively produced, but anyway, they're really following the ideas. They're following the main propedeutic, what is the propedeutic courses is given in VKhUTEMAS, right? They actually are following it, even though they never been taught by teachers from VKhUTEMAS or the students of VKhUTEMAS, because it's already like a huge generation gap. Anyway, these ideas, they were incorporated in Soviet design, and we see here, right, how they are actually transforming the whole space of the apartment. So the apartment is actually, if you want, it can be totally plain, the walls, but in case you need something, it's all transforming into the cupboards, even the ceiling they're using as the place for saving stuff. And it's a very interesting and innovative idea. Down, you can see some samples, how you can make these sections work in a different shape also. So another example here is from toys for kids. To the left, you see a very nice example of Polikarpov and his constructor. It's 1940s. It's a bit later than VKhUTEMAS, right? But still very close to. And it was also just a model project made. And to the right, we already see 1970s. It's project by Alexander Lavrentiev, where he was creating, also using this idea of VKhUTEMAS for transformation, the idea of the colors of VKhUTEMAS. We can see here exactly the color system of propedeutics courses. It's implemented in these works. So, and moving further, it's also a great example of the design systems. For sure, design system as a system is totally new. It didn't come from VKhUTEMAS, but the idea of transforming and combining the things, this is what is coming to 1980s. It's the project by Azeri Khan, a very famous designer nowadays living in US. It was not just him, it was the whole team. It was Azeri Khan, Kalatushkin, Lysenko, Mikheyev. So it was a team of designers who were working on the so-called design systems. So here's just a short overview of the systems, how they were made. So we also see the same structure, the same idea coming from VKhUTEMAS. To the left, we see it's DGOMI. It was a system created for Tbilisi. And to the right, it's two other examples of design system. It's BUMPS. It's actually the radio system. There was different types of radios combined for different professions. Actually, there is a great research by Olga Druzhinina about the design systems. She was working in the Moscow Design Museum. And down right, it's also Elektromera. It was also designed by the team with Azeri Khan, and it also has the same idea. So it's a combination of different things that can be reused, remodified, and this idea is coming from VKhUTEMAS. So next example is from clothes. So to the left, we see example of Klutzis and his working clothes. And as we know from our exhibition, it's been not just Klutzis, it's been Tatlin, Rodchenko, and others who were working on the production clothes, on the working clothes, and re-understanding of the shape, how the clothes should look like. And to the right, it's a great example of Kovalevsky. Kovalevsky, it's 1980s. If you see here, right? Sorry.
Halina, 你的时间已经到
Please
了。
watch your time, Halina. Sorry, your time is up.
Okay.
Please finish up.
Yes,
Thank you.
sure. So I will short my example. Sorry for this. Yeah, I was just want to show you this example of the clothes to the right, because you can see this is the model, how he is showing how his clothes is working. It is really like the straight influence of the working clothes. Because he is showing how his clothes is transforming. It's just like a total idea of Tatlin that he just used and made it in 1980s with different materials that was possible to use at that time. Another example I want to show you is to the left we see the graphics of Rodchenko, and to the right is Vyacheslav Loktev. Vyacheslav Loktev was a great architect. He was actually the creator of cosmic architecture, and visually you can see that it is really like straight influence of the VKhUTEMAS ideas. So to be short, I will just show it quick. We can see this more structure by Rodchenko to the left, and to the right there are already 1970s from op art that is actually coming from the same structures Rodchenko was creating. It's Pushkarev and a little bit of Vyacheslav Kalichuk that was making a different scientific projects and also using this more patterns in his researches. And a little bit more of Kalichuk to show the structure, how he was working with the structure, and it is straight connection to the special structures of Rodchenko. I'll just show very quick. And here we can see the tensegrity, right? The interest in tensegrity structure, the interest in the line that is actually repeating these main elements. And as a matter of fact, also coming from the interest in space and volume propedeutic courses, interest in material in surface and how the surface is working, how we can make it 3D, right? How it works, the plain piece of paper. And these are also different interesting examples from self-constructing architecture by Kalichuk. And at the end, I would like to show a little bit of the automobile construction because it was very important for 1960s. And it is actually this idea of invention is coming from the period of VKhUTEMAS. This also all are very famous constructions by Dolmatovsky mostly, but there are some others like Alshanetsky, Kuznetsov, and some other architects, designers who were working on these models. And I would like to finish my speech today by showing a little bit of another idea that it's not coming from propedeutics, but it's actually as the idea of VKhUTEMAS is the interest in the architecture for the future. As we know, this famous Klutzes and his Krutikov and his city of the future. So here are just some samples how it this idea of the city of the future, it was already created in 1980s. These are some movies, famous movie Kinzadza and the Sky is Calling, it's 1960s. And down we can see the one of projects by Lev Godner, also looks like a city, the construction of the future. Thank you very much. I'm done with my.
Thank you very much, Helena. So next one, next we have Pu Anyuan with us. For your information, so Pu Anyuan is a 2020 doctor candidate in Department of History, Institute of History, St. Petersburg State University, Russia. Research direction is art history and art theory of the avant-garde in the 20th century and the history and the culture of design in the recent 3 years. As an independent author and also the first author, he published a lot of research documentations as a CSSCI periodicals, and he got a lot of publications being carried by the world famous periodicals. Now let's welcome Guan Yuan to talk about utopia or heterotopia, productionism of Fujimas and the total art. Welcome. Thank you. Can you see my slides? Yes, I can see it. Let's roll it. Well, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, hello. Today, I'm going to talk about utopia or heterotopia, productionism of ultimas and total art. Prior to the start of the conference, I would like to have a recap. In the 1938, so at the MoMA, there is an exhibition. So, which is about the cubism and abstract art. Back then, you find that the curator Ball is the one in charge of that. Back then, on display are a lot of avant-garde and Picasso and a lot of avant-garde, the school of genre of art. Back then, there were a lot of Fujima's ideas like the Rizetsky and Rodchenkovsky, and also Tatlin, etc. But unfortunately, Bao, the curator of this exhibition, didn't mention. For example, the Fujimas, they didn't mention there was the existence of Fujimas, which is quite a shame. Next chart on the left-hand side. So back then, Ba, in the exhibition, he made and formulated a brochure. So there didn't seem to suggest the existence of Fujimas. So on the right-hand side, so you find that it's done by Anna Hofov on the right bottom. So this is about the Fujimas as well. So think about Bao, and between the year 1927, 28, so he had visited Fujimas 3 times, and the longest day is 2 months. Actually, he understands Fujimas very well, but even give like Bao actually understand Fujimas, he deliberately tried to let people forget about Fujimas. Why is that the case? So this is arousing my research interest as well. So based on the literary research, it turns out that you find that the Russians avant-garde actually it's dying. It's because think about the social oppression. Think about the avant-garde. It's viewed as actually, for example, important art movement, which is broken mandatorily in the height of its time. So I think actually, for example, the Fujimas as an important leading example of avant-garde art in Russia has been viewed as the political propaganda and been seen as a threat for its ideology. And in the recent few years, it has been existent that on the one hand, so actually, for example, they are criticizing the Fujimas. On the other hand, the Fujimas, you find that the Soviet Union design actually was also blindly followed by a lot of fans as well. So these two views stand in juxtaposition and contrast with each other, no matter which way to go. So this is about Fujima's own conflict. From another perspective, they are all different stakeholders and all different types of things, like no matter from Europe or Russia or something. So think about actually they are trying to extract a certain chapter of the history. So they are having a very biased and very subjective interpretation of history. So I really hope that we can start from the perspective of a productionism to understand the division of Fujimas, and so to look at the totality to make sure that we understand the Fujimas in the construction of the socialism. So what's the role of that? So think about under the total art. So actually, it's coming from Hui's Paris. So in order to understand that, actually, for example, the socialist, the realism. So he mentioned that this is the like the one overtaking from the Hujimas and avant-garde. So that is to say, the researcher is trying to legitimize the continuity of Fujimas and avant-garde art. So think about what he meant. So as the total art, Fujimas, and how can it be connected with that from theory and the practical perspective? Fujimas in the total art, what's the role of that? So back then, under the theory of productionism, so based on the Autobot's idea, so we are trying to combine production with art so that we can reshape the creative form of life. So the personal production and the construction of lifestyle, as well as the political reality and also proletarian reality can be combined so that we can set up like a class list of proletarian art system. So no matter it's Bolshevik or Bourgeois, think about the ultimate target of them is going back to production. Productionism is kind of the bridge connecting the politicization and also the constructive production. So at the same time, to break down the barriers between the art and production, at the same time, productionism it's a very important one connecting the dots of the social idealism back then. So it means the social ideal into a reality back then. So think about the ideal archetype of the socialism coming. This is like the architect of the socialism coming. So I think this is about the energy converter for the national machinery. By using free of charge education, this is instilling the energy of a proletarian, the classless class, and proletariat. At the same time, they are thinking about how it can use this as a social guiding principle to lead a total art, because we understand that back then in the Fujimas, so they have it in Pittsburgh and Moscow, and also in different cities, they have it. But back then, I think the most famous is the Fujimas in Moscow, because there are the highest artists representing at the peak of it.
Centering around the production, HUTEMAS actually have a kind of a conflict in the middle of the conflict of the three forces. And the second to use productionism to evaluate HUTEMAS and to talk about the paradox of HUTEMAS. One is that internally, it has always advocated pure art and it's opposite to production. The other kind of paradox is that actually previously, after debating about pure art, etc., it clarified that first production develops, and then it dropped unavoidably into formalism. And in around 1928, while VKhUTEMAS was turned into an art institute, and then it started in the collective form, and it was not so optimistic, and they were required to serve the social development. And so you can see VKhUTEMAS is plunged deeper in this kind of a paradox. And so a lot of the scholars, they think that actually in formal logic, and they think it is kind of a termination of VKhUTEMAS under the oppression of totalitarianism. And so obviously, actually, for VKhUTEMAS, on ideology level, they actually use the topic to serve the opposition towards socialism. And now, within the macro framework of the VKhUTEMAS, actually, what is the essential reason for its termination? And actually, VKhUTEMAS, it is really hard to work together with a Bolshevik. And first, you can see avant-garde, they, no matter whether like Malevich, etc., they actually treat art as a kind of ideology. And the second Bolshevik after revolution, it is at a loss. And practically speaking, they don't know how to build socialism. And so when VKhUTEMAS appeared, it is like a bridge. And during this development, no matter from the avant-garde art or Bolshevik, you can etc. You can see the foundation of their cooperation is gradually, weakened. And VKhUTEMAS, the English translation is like technology, but at that time they still haven't, they were not up to the standard of technical institute. And this is because director of VKhUTEMAS at that time, the art director, he strongly advocated to add technology at that time because of the shortage of resources. With the addition of technology, they actually can provide more benefits for the faculty in the school. And so this is the background. And so in the end, whether they can use technology to serve the purpose of social development. So this is a question mark. And so actually, you can see this kind of conflict in reality in their theoretical framework. So it becomes a termination, the self-determined termination of avant-garde art. And so at that time, the avant-garde artists like Fennenkopf, and he mentioned that for the revolution, actually, it should be dominated by creators, and creators should replace the nobles, the noble classes. And so at that time, they think creation is art, and all the proletarian classes in the world are artists or creators. And so they think that everybody can be artist. And for avant-garde art at that time, actually can be regarded as a kind of, ideology, and to make art the ideology kind of life. And so this is their thought. And Gavis think that everybody can be an artist. And I think this is the root for their leftist thought. And so when we look back, whether VKhUTEMAS is utopia or heterotopia, and that is art represents future. And in Russia at that time, there's no term about design, and they call it production art. And in Western society, it is called productionism. And so you can see present is connecting past and future, how to move toward a future. And so actually the present is extension of the past. And VKhUTEMAS at that time represents futurism, but at the same time, it is also the birthplace of utopia. As one expert mentioned, USSR facing is oriented toward the future. And while at that time, with the termination of VKhUTEMAS, you can see it is also a heterotopia. And so you can see it is an experimental ground of education. And so because of its essentially conflicting, and so you can see it can be accepted by different society groups. And so it is romanticist in thoughts. And so it is conflicting with a lot of social reality. And you can see VKhUTEMAS is similar to Bauhaus in this sense too. And they are exploring new possibility of new society and potential of the art and in the construction, repeated construction of the contradiction, and they are highlighted. And at the same time, they're promoting the social progress at the same time. But versus Bauhaus, VKhUTEMAS more reflecting the country, the society, the overall hope in the society. And so today, when we're thinking about the design history, the purpose is not just to try to understand the history itself. We are trying to look back on the origin of this kind of modernism. And also, no matter whether the design for the socialist society at that time, actually, it is a kind of new perspective. Well, Groys, he advocated the so-called the art theory, promoting us to think about our thought about and the opinion advocated by VKhUTEMAS about equality of art. Thank you for the opportunity. And next speaker, please, Tang Ning. Tang Ning is PhD student at the Department of Oil Painting, Central Academy of Fine Arts, young artist, and her research interests are laws of creation in abstract visual art. And so she is going to talk about on the influence of Taylorism on the pedagogical practice of VKhUTEMAS. So Tang Ning, please share your screen first. Can you see it clearly? Yes. So would you please play it? Okay. Good evening, everybody. I am a junior student of PhD of Central Academy of Fine Arts. So actually, you can see at the beginning of VKhUTEMAS, you can see Taylorism has also provided theoretic support in the 1920s, and Soviet Russia is influenced by technical revolution. And also after the October Revolution, Russia has the need for a new kind of a new art. And so you can see the Rothschildsky has approved a lot of experimental projects, and so actually they introduced the Taylorism. Taylorism's method is to study a time and space and a movement, and they try to actually crystallize the new way or a perfect way of work, and to offer the guidance for the workers, and to try to improve efficiency or productivity of the workers. And for the economy of Soviet Union at the time, actually through raising the efficiency, raise the productivity. This is really important. Lenin has also talked about introduction of Taylorism to actually support their production. And also you can see and Volkov has mentioned that actually Minsterberger actually has recognized the application of Taylorism, and this also won the recognition of Lenin, and this is really meaningful, and this has contributed to the development of the society at that time. And so you can see VKhUTEMAS lab also has referred to the Harvard lab, and so you can see the teaching in VKhUTEMAS also reflect this point. And so you can see in terms of the geometric shift, they organize that in a systematically and to be taught in classes. And also you can see the Central Labor Institute have used Taylorism to make their study. And so they have studied the cross-disciplinary laws, and they regard the human body as mechanical system, and is based on their study. It guided people's work, and so it can be included in the whole production chain they have developed. And in 1921, Gastoff has published a book which is called How to Work. And it mentioned that actually the study of the work can be divided in technical labs, economic bureau, etc. And so through this kind of study, people can work better. And also the teaching method of VKhUTEMAS have referred to this. And also you can see Rovsky, you can see in teaching architecture, it is also based on the expert dissection method of architecture. And so the Central Labor Institute, their study result or study findings have also provided reference to VKhUTEMAS teaching. And so you can see from 1921 to 23, Bernstein has also contributed to this kind of a study, for example, to bundle the bulb and a sensor on people's needs to study people's movement in their work. And through photography and mathematics, etc., they have analyzed the workers' movement. And so with this help of this instrument, you can see people's arms, etc., are tied together with the sensors. And through such kind of analysis, you can see the perfect trajectory of waving or using the hammer is generalized. And so you can see chart 4 is in a 1938. It is a kind of a sketch about the movement of the hammer. And so this is also rendering some reference to VKhUTEMAS teaching. And so you can see Central Labor Institute, their study result about the production movement has great influence on VKhUTEMAS teaching. And in order to satisfy big scale production, you can see the VKhUTEMAS based on science and the relevant study results, they try to teach their relevant courses. And so it also reflected the integration of human and machine. For example, in teaching a piano, they also have studied the movement, the perfect movement and the perfect angles. And so the Central Labor Institute, they presented these abstract research findings. And in the end, it is accurately reflected in their teaching to offer accurate guidance for people. And just now, Professor Bankov has given us perfect examples about the instruments in VKhUTEMAS labs. And these all truly reflected the pedagogy of VKhUTEMAS. And Gastoff also have given this kind of research, and it's an example about process management and lack of proletarian lab, etc., etc. They have also studied this kind of movement too. And also you can see some of the works, for example, like conducted in 1929, they have also great influence on VKhUTEMAS teaching.
I have mentioned that Taylorism is characterized by the improvement of tools and improvement of body movement to enhance the efficiency of production. And Jessica believes that not only should we try to make sure that the most optimal way of labor could be used in production, but also could be reflected in daily way of life. So you find that actually in the year 1925, based on the Mintzberg idea, he set up the laboratory so that it can use the data analytics to make sure that we can enhance and sharpen our perception. Just now, it has been mentioned that instruments it's testing about the visual capabilities for the 2D plane, and then trying to collect the data and then combine a table. And so as a result of that, the students will understand the pattern of the visuals. Another one is that the impact of terrorism of VKhUTEMAS. So I have never seen that often being mentioned about in the existing literature, so we call it projectors. So now, so projectors is born from the VKhUTEMAS. It's kind of combining of the art and the painting, opera, and music, and also the intersection of them with the philosophy. So in 1920, so the Nick Leading went into the VKhUTEMAS, and then projectors has been proposed in 1920, and then after graduation, he has become one of the student committee member, and then as a result of that, the abstract fundamental pedagogical approach cross-disciplinary scientific teaching is producing a lot of influence. And in 1922, and then they set up the projectors and opera. So in terms of the mechanics of biology and, for example, phenology and also the color has been fused together by using the action scenario and voices, and then they can get the play to do the performance and the training of the actors and actresses. Projectors on the theory is about combining technology with art. As a result of that, people can train their mind and body. As a result of that, they can train on the new Russians. And then, so in the year 1923, it has been incorporated by the nation. And then the actors played a very important one into the human-machine integration in the future. And in the same year, in 1922, they have set up like the art group based on the methodology. They try to understand a universal art language. So they try to do some abstract and semi-abstract painting from terrorism and also from the Central Work Academy. So these are the different patterns. Nick Leading, when describing colors using the musicality, this is affected by the combined perception idea by Kandinsky. So think about this combination system of which like the voice has been combined with the light and also spectrum. So the 8 order, different tones have been measured from cross-disciplinary way. So on the basis of the coloring science of VKhUTEMAS, and then based on the patterns on like the rhythm of the voices, you find that actually, so the first one, the 8 different types of color represent different levels of the tones. And then in the second one, the saturation point of the color is reduced, making them more look like a natural color. So it is connecting that with the voices and noises. So as a result of that, they call it like the noise definition. This is a variation of about the tones noises. And then they try to do a specific categorization based on the phenology. And also the Robert Fork, which is the president of VKhUTEMAS, during the teaching in class, he taught the student to use musical jargons to understand the perception between color and music. At the same time, think about the VKhUTEMAS methodology group is using phenology and image and combine and to do abstraction painting. So think about like the structure of light and the voices. So this represents the integration of the lines of the musical notes with the lines. So we can see the impact of a VKhUTEMAS as well. Neglecting trying to use 8 order different musical notes, it's combining that with the body movement. So you find that the 8 order means that the 4 different arms move from one direction to other different places. So in this chart, you see every different circle represents at the different places. What about the maximum, the surface that can be actually covered by the movement of the body and limbs? So they are corresponding with the different 8 order of the tone for the music. As a result of that, if you put people in the 3-dimensional space and try to circle its scope of movement and you get a sphere. So on this model, you can imagine that you overlap the spatial and the time metrics and to position the movement of the body. At the same time, this is a reference for dimension. So as a result of that, the actors can organize the space and time of your body movement. And Nick Leading, in the early stages, used to be Kandinsky student, and also he has designed actually the projectors, of course, you find for the opera. And then actually at the Research Institute for Art, together with Countess Geek's understanding, trying to use the camera to capture the movement and trajectory of the limbs and trying to extract the patterns of the body movement. This is in line with the Central Research Academy. And then trying to talk